our departure. Right. Oh, the Langley Strip. Right. Well, we need our destination. Ah, right. How is everyone doing today? Should be online on all of them. Lights and balance. And what do you reckon? We'll do that down to 0. Fuel up to 100. I think I did these individually yesterday instead of using this one. Well done. There we go. I think I just figured out how to get that to work properly as well. Just need to backspace. And oh, there we go. Right. So that's good. Why is this not in full screen? It's not in full screen. Alt into it? No. Now I've made it definitely not full screen. Interesting. Now try again. There we go. And ah, yeah, no, it's looking good. It's looking good. Right. Close that. Got that set as the where we're leaving. Planes around, not heaps. That can do, no. Oh yeah, where's our? Oh, look at that. Let us have a look at. Go to windy.com. Make sure I get the interactions up there. Oh wow, Auckland's got like a real wee storm around it at the moment. Let's fade across. See, look at this. Look at poor Auckland. Although I don't think it's overly severe, but whew, those winds are howling through. Right. Again, I forget. There's no mouse pointer. Right, so that's all fairly favourable winds. I guess if I really, really wanted to get a nice boost, would be to head this way. Should be alright heading this way. I don't know of anywhere particularly. There's definitely are points of interest along the way. Tell you what, I'm going to bring up Google Maps. And yeah, why is it at Nelson? Here we go. What if we go this mode? Is there anything? I mean, that's pretty, isn't it? Prettiness along there. I don't know, if we want to do a proper tour of Australia, you really want a bit of a jet. But yeah, we'll fly along the coast. The coast is interesting. And if we do get anybody that comes along and recommends a place nearby, it's not too far out of the way, then we can fly over there. Yes. We might, I don't know, the coastline is kind of pretty interesting. And of course we are aiming for Darwin in the end. So let's get back to the game. Oop. Hey, now it's letting me put, I can do customs as custom custom arrivals, but not. Oh yeah, that's probably a bit ambitious there. Certainly for the first one. What do you reckon? What do we got around here? What do we have around here? Oh my god, none of it's coming up. Hello, what are you? Shark Bay, yes. Is there actually a... Yeah, there is a wee strip there. What do you reckon? Shark Bay? Tamala? Useless Loop Airport. That's right, I'm hearing about Useless Loop. Let's, I was going to go with Shark Bay, but Useless Loop, that's just, yeah. Useless Loop. Set as arrival. Yeah, it's almost 400 nautical miles. That's a good wee hop. And we will have this as add. Cool. Just do a quick fly around Perth, and then yeah, and that stops us flying over the ocean the whole bloody way too. Better angle, a bit more along the coast. Right, I like that. Hey Sophie, Brizzy's the one place I Brisbane's all the way over here. That's it. That's Cairns. Brisbane. Yeah, Brisbane. If you're watching still, are you watching? Give me a yes for. It probably doesn't matter if somebody else is watching at some point anyway. Started here, flew up here. Why is it showing darkness here? It's not dark. Although, yeah, it is getting the end of the day. Why is it so dark? Oh, I know why it's so dark, because it's lighting that bit up. Right, anyway. I flew up there, I flew here, and then I flew here somewhere. Yeah, I flew to Sydney, then I flew down to Tassie, and then back up to Melbourne, then Adelaide, then around here. I've been to Perth, and I flew over my mum's house, had my mum watching, and I've been to Rottnest, that's where I am now, flying back to Perth a little bit, and then we're flying up there. So yeah, the one place, the bit of Australia that we're completely missing is this bit. Yay! Still watching. Yay, thank you. Muchly appreciated. Might be able to get you to watch me on Twitch at some point, because I am streaming on Twitch and YouTube and Facebook. But at the moment, I think Twitch is probably the better one to watch me on. But I appreciate people watching me on whatever one they're watching me on. So I'm going to hit fly. Everything should be set right. Yeah, it's all live. Good. Let's jump in the aircraft. Gonna fly out of. I'm doing a little lap of Rottnest as well. It's a beautiful wee place, Rottnest. It's beautiful, and it's full of quokkas. I'm assuming you know what a quokka is. If you don't know what a quokka is, look up Q-U-O-K-A, something like that. Definitely one of Australia's cutest marsupials. Ooh, look at the weather here. Oh, it's raining. It's raining in Perth in summer? Oh my god. Hang on a second. I'm gonna check my windy.com. Hang on, interact. Thank you. Quickly change this. Fade. No. Hang on. Oh no. Don't now. No. Here we go. Hang on. That and then fade. And then, so this is where we are. Clouds. Oh, look at that. Clouds and rain. Clouds and rain. Lots of rain. But mostly around Perth, so once we're out of Perth, we'll leave all that behind. Oh wow, it's a really sunny day yesterday. Kiwi beaver. It's actually like a really small, like it's a small kangaroo type thing, wallaby thing. But yeah, it does look a bit like a beaver. Get back to the aeroplane. Yeah, they're so adorable. It's amazing they survive on Rottnest, because when the European settlers came in, they got rid of all the freshwater lakes on Rottnest, turned them all into saltwater lakes. But yeah, they manage to survive on the fruit and stuff around the place, or something like that. They manage to get enough water by eating. Right, ready to fly. Oh, look at this. Switch all the switches on. What's that caution for? Oh yeah. Switch that off. Switch that on. Let's get this started. Hey, there we go. Alright, so our destination is already set in. And let's get going.
Yankee Romeo Tango India traffic Cadenzal 76 is taxiing to runway 27.
What's the wind like? Wind is coming from behind me at the moment. Glad there's no aircraft collisions, because that would have been bad. Can I get the blue flashy things again, Sophie? Which way are we going? We'll be departing to the east. There's other players over there.
Yankee Romeo Tango India traffic Cadenzal 76 taking off runway 27 east departure.
Is that set to manual or auto at the moment? It is set to auto. Okay, cool. Okay, time to take off. Do forget to lean the mixture out a wee bit though, don't I? I might actually use a bit of flaps this time, because this is a fairly short runway. Actually, I may have taken off far too... Oh, hang on. I'm going to abort this takeoff. Whoa! I'm going to take off the other way. I think that's where I was supposed to take off anyway. That could have been bad. I think I was halfway along the runway then. Okay, we're going to take off this way. Yeah, that is designed to tell you which way to... Okay. Let's lean that mixture out a wee bit, it doesn't need to be so rich. And we're off. I haven't been drinking! I just wasn't paying enough attention on that wind as something else. Come on, oh, that wind. Yeah, okay, that is... The wind just changed direction on me too. Oh, that is significant. Flaps down, up now. There we go. Okay, let's go the direction that we were wanting to go. Oh god, that waypoint is going to be there the whole time. That's annoying.
Type Cessna Skyhawk 1 mile southwest of Yankee Romeo Tango, India. Request flight following. Additional 76 Perth approach. Squawk 0542.
Right, so what I was going to do is have a wee look around Rottnest as well, eh? Sit down on the seat a wee bit more. So I normally get to Rottnest by ferry from Perth.
Additional 76, did you hear my last transmission?
Why are you not working?
Squawk 0542, Adensal 76.
Hey, it's weird. Normally the radio's, oh, it's going to do what it's going to do.
Adensal 76 reads our contact 2 miles east of Yankee Romeo Tango, India, 1,100 feet. Altimeter 29.79er.
So yeah, definitely very touristy destination, and there's not many people. People can only live on the island temporarily. Long time ago there used to be, well, not all that long ago, but decades. Oh my god. What is the point in having
Copy Adensal 76.
AI managing radio comms if it's not going to manage radio comms? But yeah, yeah, decades and decades ago, people used to live permanently on the island. But now, now people don't. There's a school and stuff there for people that have family that are living there, but there's a limited amount of time you're allowed to stay on the island. So down there is all like, pretty much the vast majority of those buildings down there are all little tourist huts. I think the school is somewhere around there, I believe. I think that I might be looking pretty much directly at the school. But yeah, we stayed in a hut somewhere around there. And pretty much everybody gets around on push bikes. Some pubs around there as well, which didn't go to. I think I was only about 17 at the time. And there are some vehicles, but they're all generally used by officials or some of the tourist companies that are on there. Like there's a little bus tour you can take around the island. But yeah, all these lakes used to be fresh water, and then they had the clay removed from the bottom of them, which let the seawater seep in, so that they could gather salt. Salt would evaporate on the shores, and they could get the salt. And they did it to every single. They didn't leave one single little lake or pond without stripping it and turning it into a salt one. Every single one they stripped. Which just, yeah, it would surprise me if I didn't know the way people tended to think. So yeah, they're all salt lakes. They used to be natural ones, but amazingly the quokkas survived. I think I'm glad the weather's not any worse today. You wouldn't see very much otherwise. But yeah, these beaches along here are pretty amazing. Let us lose some altitude, so yeah, I don't think much more is going to get. It's being pretty closely managed now, so I can't imagine them doing too much building up on Rottnest. I don't remember these. Woo, hello. I don't remember these buildings and stuff there, but it has been a long time since I've been there. There's not a lot to do on Rottnest. It is mostly sightseeing and just relaxing. There's no theme parks or anything. But yeah, normally this time of year it'll be pretty sunny. Not much to see down that end apart from the end, although that being said, I've never flown down there, so let's just have a quick fly down, have a scout around. There might be something surprising. Yeah, I think there's a few sort of small ruins as well. Nothing really significant, but I did see on Google Maps a feature that I'm going to check out as well, but I don't know because this map is probably about 4 to 6 years old. So I don't know. I would say, I don't know. It's a feature that I'd be surprised if it wasn't there 6 years ago, but who knows. But yeah, when you look around the Perth coastline, there's a surprising lack of islands, really. And then you've got Rottnest. I flew over Garden Island last time on my last stream, so make sure I change this while I remember. Yeah, Garden Island is a military base. Yeah, it'll be a long bike ride out here. And you can hire all sorts of bikes as well, like they've got tandems and possibly even bikes with 3 seats on them, whatever you'd call it. A tridem? That doesn't sound right. Hey Staver, how you doing, mate? I am flying around Rottnest Island, if you're wondering. Just having a wee look. Got that. I am considering doing a touch and go to try and get rid of that waypoint. I think I know how to avoid them in the future. Just don't announce that I'm leaving. Oh, getting into the clouds. I don't want to be in the clouds. Don't want to be too close to the island either, because it's difficult to get a good look. Although I should be able to get. No, that's not really helpful. Touch and go is when you come down and your wheels touch the runway, but instead of stopping, you get back on the power and you take off again. So you touch and then you go. So I've now got people talking to me on Twitch and Facebook, so if I start a conversation that doesn't seem to make any sense, that is why. Although Staver just gave me a salute. Right, actually the feature that I was looking around for should be visible around here somewhere. Should be really close. I don't see it. I don't see it, and it might not. Actually, because it was a feature using trees. Somebody had almost like a hedge maze, but with the way they do trees and that around here, they overdo the trees a wee bit, so it'll probably just disappear into a big bushiness. But yeah, there was a maze around here that just said, well, it wasn't really a maze, but done in that style, that said Rot Nest. But I don't see it, and it would be around there somewhere, I believe. Just quickly go to outside view. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Yes, look at that blue bloody ass. Okay, might have to do more than a touch and go. Cheeky bloody thing. Alright, let's come in. I want to get rid of that waypoint, it's so annoying. Hey Brett, how you doing? I have been meaning to get in contact with you because I am still down at Perth and I can't remember what day you said you would be in Darwin. So I've now got people, that's awesome, I've now got people talking to me on Facebook, Twitch and YouTube. That's right, because you Brett, you use a lot of, Brett's just talking about, he's landed an L-29 jet here. I'm trying to get, Brett, have you had an issue with these bloody waypoints not disappearing? It's on another notch of flaps on that, I think. Yeah, Brett, you use a lot of modded aircraft and stuff, don't you? How does that work with the online multiplayer? Because obviously people won't see your aircraft if they don't have the jet, like they won't see the type of aircraft it is. Oh, there we go. Did that just appear properly? Is it? Oh, Jesus, that wind. Did that disappear properly, or is that teasing me? Right, I'm going to try taking off again. Oh my god, it's so twitchy. Okay. Oh, I wish I had pedals. That is just about working. Yeah, I'm just about getting that. Okay, please be gone. 2 flights from Darwin and okay, Friday, so I've got most of the week to get to. I'm going to be maybe a third to halfway to Darwin by the end of today, unless something comes up that stops me streaming. Okay, default. So what, before last patch, what did people see? Just nothing, or like no names? And it would be really funny though, having like a fast jet and people seeing this little prop plane just. Yeah, it's gone, Sophie. I'm hoping. Yeah. Otherwise, it would have been back in my plane by now. Because that waypoint will stay no matter how far away you go. Like I was like 400 plus nautical miles away on a few flights ago, and I still had that bloody blue waypoint there. So yay, we got rid of it. Don't know why it stuck around in the first place. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that was something that desperately needed fixing. If modded planes made somebody else's, it was other people would crash to desktop if they saw it, or That's a bit mental. Right, to Perth we go. Have I haven't brought the... Have I brought the flaps up? No. Flaps all the way up, please. Oh, they both crashed to desktop. Oh my god. Yeah, that'd be unfortunate. Bye, Rotnest. It's been lovely. Sorry we couldn't see your Rotnest bushes. So what's the L-29 jet? Is that like a civilian jet?
Perth approach at Denzel 76 is type Cessna Skyhawk 2 miles east of Yankee Romeo Tango, India. Request flight following.
Denzel 76 Perth approach.
Ah, my radio started working now as well. Yeah, that waypoint was stopping my radio working, which probably explains.
Squawk 000.
I remember having radio issues a while back. And that's what it would have been.
Denzel 76 radar contact 2 miles east of Yankee Romeo Tango, India 900 feet. Altimeter 29 decimal.
I am going to keep it lowish. Where are we?
Copy at Denzel 76.
Drop altitude. Seeing as we're pretty much doing sightseeing. No, that is not. Oh my god. Just probably 800 feet. These clouds are really, really low and it's pretty flat around here, so shouldn't be a problem. I can back off the throttle a little bit. I have a bad habit of going flat out absolutely everywhere and chewing through all my fuel. Where's my drink? Oh no, my coffee's out. It's alright, I've got chicken drumsticks I'm doing as well, so. Oh, nice! I love unusual, like, military jets. So, for anyone watching, anyone interested, the L-29 is a Czech military jet from the 60s and 70s. Do you play War Thunder, Brett? Or any of the other military, like was it IL-2 Stormovik, DCS? Because I checked your channel and I saw mostly what I saw there was Microsoft Flight Sim stuff. I can't remember if I scrolled all the way down to the... I can't remember how far down I scrolled. I saw about what looked like about 50 videos or something, all about a lot of modded planes and stuff. Oh, you don't? Oh man, that's if you like combat at all, that's yeah. If you like warbirds and you like to sort of see what they can like. IL-2 DCS, nice. War Thunder is worth playing, I reckon. Especially if you can, like, it is grindy if your only desire is to get to, you know, the best, you know, the supersonic jets and all that. If that's your only desire, then it can be really grindy. But I enjoy all the planes. Yeah, and actually chucking them about in the sky and getting into dogfights is really, really good fun. Of course, they got the tanks and the ships as well, and the tanks are pretty good. The ships still need a bit of work. Ah, excellent, excellent. Yeah, good old Fly Daily. It's pretty good, and Oddballs as well. Really, whoops, enjoy their content. I just bumped my throttle. I could probably lane that out a wee bit.
Denzel 76 contact Perth approach on 132.905.
132.905 for Denzel 76. Perth approach at Denzel 76, 800 feet.
Yeah. something I'd like to... Is that... Ooh, buildings up ahead. I was trying to remember whether they had the bell tower in this or not. I know the vast majority, if not all the buildings in Perth are the autogen buildings. But I've got like a... Trying to remember if I saw... What was it? I know it's... FSX actually has, in some ways, a better representation than Perth, or more hand-built stuff for Perth than this game does. FSX also has the Sydney Harbour Bridge, which this game doesn't have, which is quite funny. Like a representation of it other than just a flat bridge. Tempted after I do a circumnavigation of the globe in this game to jump on FSX and do it in a faster plane. But to visit all the places I visited as a comparison. I still think FSX is pretty amazing considering what it was in 2006. All good, man. You have a good one, Brett, and hopefully I'll see you Friday. Should be in Darwin then. Yeah, I'll try messaging you. Oh, also, are you able to flick me your, because you said something about Discord. Where do I find your Discord details? Are they in your channel info on YouTube? Oh yeah, Australia will definitely get updated at some point in the not too distant future, I imagine. Oh, here we are, coming up to Perth. Sit up in my seat a wee bit. And what is the nav doing? That's interesting. I see what it's doing. Curve. It is in the channel. Awesome. I will check that out. Alright, gonna quickly turn off autopilot. So all this stuff here didn't exist when I lived in Perth. This is all new. And I'm pretty sure these buildings are a lot less chunky than that. And the bell tower, yeah, they don't have the bell tower. Like, I think there's a very flat little building where the bell tower should be. The bell tower should be there, I believe. So, but yeah, and maybe the bus depot car park around there, and Langley Park is this park, or this park? Yeah, this is Langley Park, and that's actually an airfield. They used to have a wee air show down there. I don't know if they still do. Might be a bit tricky now with all that building. Brilliant. Well, definitely I need to check out more of your videos, Brett. And yeah, you have a good one. Drive safe. Okay, so there's the police. That's, I think, the main police building for Perth, or one of them, or is that was something to do with the police there? But I know, just off memory, there was another big police building in this, more in the centre of the city, if I remember rightly. A bit of catering at that racetrack. Yeah, this is all auto-gen buildings. So at least the shape of that building's more or less right. But yeah, casino is completely the wrong shape. That's not pyramid shaped, but yeah, it goes up in a very slopey building, that one. Right. Autopilot back on. Navigation mode back on. And hold that altitude for now, I think. Back off the throttle again. And yeah. Settling in for a long, long flight. So that's probably the Mitchell Freeway there. Possibly one of these. Yeah. Could be that one, I think. Right, and on that note, I am going to go get myself a coffee and probably my chicken too. Coffee and my chicken are in the back of the plane. Right. I shall be back soon.
approach on 123.6. 123.6 for a Dental 76. Perth approach a Dental 76, 1,800 feet. The Dental 76 Perth approach continue as planned. Altimeter 29.80.
Right, I'm back. I've got one person watching. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Pretty much following the Mitchell up. I wonder what that area is.
2,500 feet. Keep speed below 185 knots. Velocity 464.
Ooh, don't remember that. Is that Joondalup? If it's Joondalup, it wouldn't be quite that bad, huh? I'm trying to recognise the shapes of different roads and stuff.
Tower on 127.4. Velocity 464.
Almost looks like Hillary's boat harbour over there. Hard to tell. Oh, I have flown around this area before and thanks, Darren. Damn, what idiot would be watching? Oh, wait. Am I right? Yeah, gotta admit I'm slightly lost now, but it's because if I've been paying more attention, but I was getting myself food. Yeah, we're going up into the new suburbs now, so yeah, flown past where the old place where I used to live. I probably could have done Gidgee Genup and all that as well. I was gonna. No, bugger it. I want to get a move on now. Close enough to everywhere I've lived. Yeah. Because yeah, I'm definitely not going to be able to find the places I lived in Darwin. It'll be a general flyover. It's a very small city anyway, so I'll definitely be generally flying over it. I had up to 4 people watching at one point. That was pretty good. Getting there, slowly getting, you know, more people dropping in and saying hi. Most I've noticed at one time was 5. I think that may have all been on Twitch as well, which was really good. This was 4 spread across YouTube, Twitch and Facebook at this time. But still good. Trying to get people to watch either on Twitch or YouTube if possible. If they're watching on Facebook, I gently nuzzle them in the direction of Twitch. If they're on Facebook, I'm happy for them to watch there. See which one grows faster, really. It'll probably be Twitch. Ah, Pierce Air Base. Yeah, so we're definitely well past Padbury and all that. Where is Pierce Air Base? Yeah. Hang on, let's do the thing where it adjusts easier. Okay, so hang on, zoom out. Oh my god, zoom in. Pretty sure that wouldn't. Yeah, oh hang on, that was... Okay, so I think that'd be Pierce. I'm pretty sure we passed that Pierce. YP... Oh, hang on, YP... EA? It would help if they wouldn't disappear as soon as I zoomed out to there. Yeah, the multi-platform chat unfortunately was missing a lot of features. I could possibly have gotten it to, because I think you saw it when I got it on screen. It wasn't very readable the way I had it, but I could have fiddled around. It was either it looked neat, or it could look a bit messy but be readable, because there's no green screen option for it. It just gives you, what they want you to do is to capture it with the game. But most games, especially full screen applications, won't really let you do that. So what I had to do was capture it as a separate window and then overlay it in OBS on top of the game, which worked, except that when it had nothing behind it, if you made it transparent, then if you were capturing it as a window, the transparent would come out as black. And if you didn't make it transparent, it wasn't really a usable color to, like the background was, it had an actual background, right? What they should have done, if they had it as a green, just green in the back or blue, then I could have used that with the green screen feature in OBS. As it happened, it's just black if you make it transparent, and you can use that because OBS will allow you to use any color screen pretty much as a green screen, and so I could use black. But the trouble is that the text is also black, and that made it, with the settings I had, it meant that the black text was a little bit funky. It was a bit blurry. And so I could have played around with that, but if I'd played around with that, that would have also made the edges of everything else that were bordering on black to be funky, which could have done, and made the writing readable, but everything else look a bit messy. That would have been okay, could have dealt with that. But the one thing I couldn't deal with was that they didn't have any option in there to make chat disappear after after X amount of time. So to make it readable, it had to be big, but then if I had it big, I'd have almost half my screen taken up with chat, which I guess if it had been busy chat, that would have not been too bad. But yeah, I think what I'm going to do, as I am trying to get most people to watch me on Twitch at the moment, and it is the one where I get the most chat, I will try and get a yeah, it wasn't very good. What I am going to do is try and get a Twitch chat thing up, and that means at least people will see me on Twitch, and possibly encourage people to use Twitch as well instead of Facebook or YouTube. So I don't have a problem with them using YouTube. I do want to stay reasonably spread out. I don't want all my eggs in one basket. Especially as how these baskets can be quite unpredictable, and you've got no recourse if they decide they don't want you on their platform, or if the platform goes down, then you go down as well. Alright, so how far do we have to go? 170 minutes, 22 knots side wind, crosswind, ouch. 120 knot ground speed, yeah. And that's, so 171 minutes. Okay, and 340-ish miles. Yeah, yeah, it had like I think it was the orange R for Restream. It's a real shame because if they made a decent app, a decent chat app would also be good visibility for them. But it's almost like whoever made it never really used it, or never used it in a gaming sense. Their website, although their website's not terrible, but again, it's also set up a bit like like the page they've got that shows your stream doesn't show chat. That's a completely separate one. Hang on, let me have a look so I can. Yeah, their dashboard. Their dashboard shows the stream, and it shows that the services that you're online with, and lets you control. I could switch YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook off at whim. Shows how many people are watching on each service, which is great. Shows the resolution, your bit rate, the frames per second, which I do need to drop down at some point. Keyframe interval, all that good stuff. But then there's no chat here, and there's a big blank space they could easily fit chat in. They could also make a lot of this other stuff take up less space. But if you enter their live studio, which is where so you can have a separate chat window, but you can also have their live studio, which sounds really good. And what that is you can have you can be streaming your webcam. So if you're doing chatting stuff, you can do that on here and stream that to, I think, up to 30 different places at once. Trying to get OBS back on the screen. There we go. Yeah, you can, so there's, you can do a lot. But yeah, their live studio is just webcam and chat on the same screen. Really useful. But there's no option to show your stream. Like if you were doing gameplay, you can't have the gameplay up there. You can only have your webcam. So I'm guessing most of their clientele are using them for stuff like that. I guess. But if they could make it so that you could show what's on the other one I was talking about, the dashboard, on there instead, because they obviously can do it, that would actually make it useful. But as it is, what I have instead is I have OBS up, and OBS has the chat plugin can actually sit in there. Unfortunately, none of the other plugins seem to work properly, but that's okay. They don't need to work. That's fine. The chat is really the most important, and then I can watch my stream, make sure everything's going right in OBS. It's probably the most useful thing, because I can also do the thing where I can show windy.com and the maps, the different maps I can bring up. And I can do all that from OBS, which is great. And my little be right back sign, which I actually need to do a be right back screen that makes it a little more obvious. Or I can have like just a slightly smaller version of the stream with like a bit of a border around. Let's zoom this. Oh my god, I wish they would make this slightly easier to interact with as well. Oh, Jesus. Other way. Oh. Just keep it zoomed out as much as we can without losing the planes. Oh yeah, there's Pierce, so yeah, we weren't very close to Pierce. Now if we zoom all the way out. Yeah. I wonder what river that is. that would be Moore River. And yeah, Geraldton. Town of Geraldton over there somewhere. Yeah, just about see it. If I fade back to the game, that is. Geraldton over there, and the Moore River here. Here. There's a wee town over there called Seabird as well. Try to fly closer to... I would like to fly closer to the coast, so I'm going to switch nav off. And get that to work. Follow that, please. I'm nowhere near Melbourne.
125.2 for a Dental 76. Melbourne Centre at Dental 76, 1,800 feet. A Dental 76 Melbourne Centre, continuous planned. Altimeter 29.82.
Bloody big blocks for like a suburban. Must be like one of those. About an acre each on average. Maybe 3/4 of an acre. I don't know. They don't look like small houses. Ah, thank you, Brett. I was wondering if that was, if like, I was erring on the side of it being correct, but at the same time it seemed kind of extraordinary that Melbourne would control so much. So yeah, pretty much, was it from, yeah, Sydney all the way down, it was like whenever I was out of range, it was contact Melbourne. I'm like, what? Thank you, Brett. You have answered that for me. Finally, someone who knows. And I hadn't bothered Googling it yet because it was normally when I was in here that it would suddenly pop up and I was like, what? What? Not that I can't Google stuff while I'm doing this. So yeah. Melbourne controls the southern skies and Brisbane controls the north. Right, so I can expect a call from Brisbane soon. Well, not soon, but in a few hours. But yeah, so there's Geraldton, I think. Pretty sure that's Geraldton. Right, I wouldn't do this trip. Like, I'm glad I am using the 172 because it is a slightly silly plane to travel halfway around the world in. But there are times when looking around that I wish I'd taken something with more of a bubble canopy because this A-pillar here is so thick. go. I remember my old boss that I was doing my apprenticeship with. He used to like travelling up north and going fishing. Used to do a lot. I used to really enjoy fishing. And right, let's start. I'm just manually adjusting things at the moment. Yeah, no, no idea. I guess we'll find out. Where the cut-off between Melbourne and Brisbane controllers. God, in some ways, with the fact that they're both on the eastern side as well, you'd think that maybe, because I guess Darwin isn't big enough or something. I don't know. You think Darwin would be the, and most of the population, of course, is on the eastern side of Australia as well. Yeah, that's it is interesting. I just wonder if do they need radio relays and stuff, or are the transmitters powerful enough to go that distance? That's the other thing about the 172. You sit up in your seat so you get a nice view over the cockpit. You kind of cut off your view over here, especially when there's land stuff. Not so bad in the sea. Not quite so bad on that side. Still, if there's nice mountains and stuff, it cuts it off a wee bit. Yeah, it's probably a good compromise. Also hard to get it. Like there's no I used to think that it was definite definite amounts, like it was in steps, but it doesn't seem to be. It just seems to be a really fast and delayed key. Like if you can make your key presses really tiny, it will only move a small amount. It just responds so fast that it's hard to get that fine graduations. Notice the autopilot has been quite bad the last couple of days for getting the rocking going. I am in a fairly severe crosswind though, so. Wiki says the Brisbane FIR consists of New South Wales, north of Sydney. That makes a lot of sense. All of Queensland, most of the Northern Territory, okay. And the northern half of Western Australia, yeah. Melbourne FIR consists of Victoria, Tasmania, yeah. Southern New South Wales, including Sydney. Most of South Australia. Hang on, how do they have... So if Brisbane is most of the Northern Territory, that must mean that... but... surely they must have all of the Northern Territory, unless there's... Yeah, I'm confused about the Northern Territory in that one. And Melbourne only has most of South Australia. Yeah, I think the autopilot, I've noticed, struggles more now with the crosswinds. Seems to anyway. All the other situations I've been absolutely fine. But yeah, I find if I, which I might do that, I might actually do that soon, if I just trim the aircraft, I get a smoother flight than with the autopilot. that's getting... Because that's not just turbulence. I don't think. I mean, it could be turbulence. I think that's the autopilot making that worse. Hang on a sec, let's... Yeah, there is a little bit of turbulence there. That's... Yeah, that's calmed down considerably. Good afternoon, Mouldy Egg for President. How are you doing? Cruising speed in the 172 is, I think, supposed to be about 110. Yeah, indicated anyway. 163 knots would be nice. Yeah, 163 I think would actually the brakes this aeroplane. You can get up to about 150 I believe before you start going into the barber pole. That was the question I was that jumped into my head before you left last time actually, Brett. Is there's a good chance I'm going to get to Darwin before you if I manage to stream every day. Do you want me to? Because where's your final destination? Although you were thinking of coming with me all the way to the UK, weren't you? Actually, I know what I could do. Got into Queensland and wished to... Yeah, because you're flying it's the Caravan, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I deliberately... That's all good. I'm trying to... Because what I'm doing at the moment... especially I know it's going to be a long... That's right. Hobart to Heathrow. Brilliant. Because, yeah, the Caravan is considerably faster than this, but not so much faster that if I'm streaming every day, I'm going to definitely get there before you. And streaming together would definitely be good. I might turn this autopilot back on, see how it looks. Gotcha. There we go. And altitude, please. Thank you. Oh wow. Come on, autopilot, you can do it. I don't understand why it's taken them so long to fix this autopilot, seeing as the autopilot worked pretty well in FSX. Yeah, that'd be a... See, I mean, I deliberately chose this airplane because it's not an appropriate aircraft. Concorde World Tour would be pretty cool too. How is the Concorde? Because I know there's a business is going to like a company is doing a one they're going to sell. I'm assuming that's a free Concorde mod, or am I assuming wrong? Nice. London to JFK to Lex. That'd be amazing. Wow. 1.5. Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, I know the Concorde. Yeah, so what was that 1,500 knots? Concorde was so fast that most fighter jets couldn't keep up with it. Oh, fantastic! So yeah, Brett's made a a video on how to install the freeware Concorde for anyone watching on Facebook or Twitch. I definitely need to find an app to get either. I know actually getting the Twitch chat on stream is easy enough. Need to look at YouTube, should be fairly easy as well. It's a matter of being able to get both would be good. Without also killing screen real estate. It's hard to get chat up without doing that. But it would be nice for everybody to see what everybody else is saying. Ooh, I have no idea what the hound that is. I'm probably not going to look it up. Looks pretty new though. A lot of new stuff. Well, it's probably been there a while, but a lot of new development. So much development was going on in Western Australia. That slowed down after the mining boom. But interesting area below us as well. These sand dunes. Quick sneaky look outside. Three. Fantastic. Were they people that were flying with you, or just people that happened to have the same mod flying around? Right, there we go. Ah, fantastic. No, it sounds like it's starting to get a wee community going there, which is really good. I'm doing main reason I'm doing streaming at the moment is to try and because I do enjoy it, and I'm trying to be a bit more productive. Like I like creative stuff, but I find myself most days my spare time is watching YouTube and watching other people's creative stuff. I'm not doing it of my own, which feels like a massive waste. So I thought I'd start off simple and just try and get this Boss Bug Gaming and continue. I'm getting messages in my Twitch. And I have no idea what that's all about. Hello. Conti raid. Who's Conti? And why am I getting raided? Somebody raided me? Wow. I got raided? Why? Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much. And it was by somebody called Conti. Wow. Thank you so much. I'm not tearing up at all. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Oh my god, that means really, I can't. Thank you so much. God damn it. Glad I don't have a camera now. Thank you, guys. Oh my goodness, that's so lovely. It's Well, hopefully a few of you stick around. I am... So I've just left Perth, obviously in Western Australia by looking out here. It's not Perth in Scotland or Tasmania. And I am flying to an airport in a place called Useless Loop. Overall, I am flying to the UK from a place called Dunedin in New Zealand, which is where I live. And yeah, so I'm flying halfway around the world in a Cessna 172, visiting the places I've lived. Yeah, Brett, jump over to Twitch. It's the same. So it's Denzel over there as well if you wanna. Useless boop. Hey, no boops are useless. There's no such thing as a useless boop. No, useless loop. LOOP. So yeah, and it's yeah, a lot of these. So this is the west coast of Australia. A lot of good fishing down here. A lot of holiday makers and that. But yeah, I'm trying to get to Darwin and join up with a YouTuber by the name of Brett Plays. If you want to check his channel out as well, if you guys do if you check out YouTube, and we're hoping to join up and fly to the UK together. Although he's flying in a Cessna Caravan, which is about 40 knots faster than mine in cruising speed, 40 or 50 knots. So yeah, and I deliberately chose an inappropriate aircraft and one that most people do their training in. So, because I know if I'd been doing flying one of these training, it's like, oh, what if I could take this around the world? One of the early things that I was concerned about was if you have a look at New Zealand and how far away it is from the next nearest landmass, which is basically Australia, it was a big concern as to how am I able to even fly the aircraft that far and get there? Are there any islands in the way? Is it short enough? Because the range on this aircraft is I think an absolute maximum 600 nautical miles, and practically it's more like 450. And if you've got, because I do this with live weather and live time and everything, so I am yeah, not choosing the conditions. I've also got my own weight plugged into the aircraft. I've gotten rid of the co-pilot's weight, and I've got a small, about 50 pounds of luggage in the back to simulate supplies and a change of underwear and things like that. Yeah, it's. I have a feeling I just lost my train of thought there. Welcome back, Sophie. I just got raided on Twitch, which was fantastic. Trying to get. There we go. I've still got 18 people watching. Wow, a few of you stuck around for a bit. Thank you. So yeah. Where's my chat? I've got my chat all over the place at the moment. Yeah. It's yeah, Boss Bug, it's going to be a long flight. I mean, it's taken me, I think about, if I go through all my, because I save all these to YouTube as well, so because I'm streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook at the same time, because I am pretty much just, I mean, my YouTube channel's been around for ages, but I haven't seriously. It's funny, like I'm pretty sure just before I was raided, I was talking about how I'm trying to get my life. Trying to get my life back on track, and part of that is getting some structure, and how I love doing creative stuff, but quite often I find myself in my spare time just watching YouTube or Twitch or watching other people's creative stuff, which is great. I like, supporting people with my views, but I tend to just
not do any of my own stuff, and so I thought I'd start off simple, doing something I really like, which is flying. And if anybody else wants to watch me fly around, then yeah, that's great. How many legs planning? It was something I was going to. So hang on. Oh, hey, welcome to Twitch, Brett. Okay, so I'll try and keep my focus on the chat a bit at the getting the questions answered. So yeah, Boss was asking how many legs I was planning to get to the UK. So before I started this, I was planning on doing like a full-on flight plan and following that, but I couldn't quite figure out how to do it. And again, one of the problems with the procrastination is it's really easy to let little things stop you from doing the big things that need to get done. And so I decided, bugger it, I'm not going to plan it. I'm just gonna do it and plan it on the fly. So what I knew how to do was to mark point A to point B on the map in this sim. So that's what I did. And initially I couldn't even get the autopilot kept trying to kill me. So my first video, I take off from Dunedin at about 6-7 in the morning, with the live weather on, immediately get icing, and it took me about 6.5 hours to get to Auckland, and it was a complete mess, and it was just, yes, I almost died to icing. Couldn't figure out how to use the autopilot. I was having trouble controlling the plane. I was all over the place. Took me 6.5 hours for what should have been maybe a 4-hour flight. Oh no, the hotel Wi-Fi is not keeping up Twitch. If you're still there, Brett, I'm sorry about that. I need to actually drop this because I don't get much more than 30 frames a second in the game anyway. And I'm streaming at 60. There's absolutely no point me streaming at 60 for this. Hey Verity, how you doing? Yeah, so for those, because I was unaware that Twitch didn't let you select different modes. You had to basically, I think if you've got Twitch Prime, can you select different modes to watch? Because I know certainly if you don't, you're stuck with whatever the broadcaster is chucking out there. Ooh, more clouds. So yeah, if I drop it down to, because at the moment I'm streaming at about 5,000, a bit rate of about 5,000. In fact, wow, even though I've got it set to 5,000, it's actually hitting 5,300 at some points. I was streaming at 6,000. I'll drop that down. So if I drop that down to 30 FPS and then maybe half the bit rate, I don't know, because yes, there's been a lot of people who have trouble. I also don't want to drop the quality down so much that that it affects that to the point where people don't want to watch, even if they can watch. So yeah, how do we at the moment? We have got just over 2 hours of this. It's funny. It makes it a lot easier when you got people to talk to. I've had my mum watching the past couple of days. She's not on here at the moment because she's doing her thing. But yeah, she watched for a couple of days. You got to get your mum watching. Canadian Captain Moustache. That is an awesome name. G'day. How you doing? That's yeah, it's nice though. I had my mum watching. We flew over her house and a few other places. Visited Rottnest. Yeah, man, if you want to try and join my flight, Fearless, that would be absolutely wonderful. I am not sure exactly where I am at the moment. Hang on, let me get the So, hang on, where is it? I'm 280 nautical miles south of Useless Loop. Also, there's an airport around called Shark Bay. So yeah, if you, I think you should be able to find Useless Loop, maybe, on in the game. I think I'm actually on the US server. That's a really good question. I can't even remember. Because I live in New Zealand, so the US server tends to end up being slightly better than the Southeast Asia server. Depends a bit on the game, but I don't think there was a good way to... yeah. Hang on, I will... Actually, I know what I can do, Fearless. Yeah, Canadian general aviation is definitely a... like, I do like combat stuff as well. But sometimes the general aviation, it's... I love the fact you can go on, like there's a guy that I watch occasionally on YouTube. Oh, God, what's his name? He flies a Cessna... Somebody else will probably know this. He flies a Cessna Caravan around Papua New Guinea. And before I lose my train of thought, nearest airport list. Actually, no, if I do the one in the plane, I'll leave that up there, but I'll do the one in the plane. That'll give distances as well. Okay, how do I do this again? That one. Nearest. Okay. So at the moment, Fearless, I'm going to assume you're still listening at the moment. YCVS is the airport code. So Yankee Charlie Victor Zulu? No, Sierra. Yeah. Yankee Charlie Victor Sierra. Excellent. So I am 5.1 nautical miles away from that. I have no idea if I'm heading towards or away from it. But yeah, if you get a faster plane than what I've got going, then you can catch me. Excellent. I love the fact that it was actually better to use what was in the plane than what was in the game, if that makes sense. Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube, flies around Papua New Guinea. It's his job. And I found him because I was, again, I think it was while I was streaming, I got talking to somebody about a British program I watched about pilots cutting their teeth flying around Papua New Guinea. It's a really difficult, dangerous place to fly around. Fairly high pressure too. One of these things that definitely teaches pilots to be assertive. I would say you either learn to get assertive, or you drop out, or you get yourself killed, basically. What's the guy's name? It's like Missionary Pilot or something like that. Let's keep an eye out for Fearless. Is your name in game something similar to your? I know mine should be. It should be a Denzel. I am going to have a very, very quick look on. Yes. Okay. Yes. So Fearless knows who I'm talking about. Missionary Bush Pilot. That's the one. Excellent. Same name in game. Yeah. Yeah, his videos are really interesting. And what I love about doing, general aviation here is that you can go online and it's definitely for those of us that either don't have the time or can't afford to, or possibly even if you've got medical reasons that you can't fly. Yeah, this is I appreciate games like X-Plane and the old FSX and stuff like that, but I think that the eye candy is also an important element, and having the believable weather and all that. Trouble with eye candy, of course, is it generally ages badly. So you do want everything else to back it up, which is what X-Plane definitely has. I mean, X-Plane's not an ugly game. and you can get all those add-ons and that. But the fact that without any add-ons, you load this game up, and it's breathtaking. And you do, it's about as close as you can get. Once they do VR, which I hope they can get working well, I don't see like I can't imagine VR in this game at the moment. Like I can imagine VR would work well. Like VR would be amazing in this game. I'm trying to get my words straight at the moment. VR would, just because I love VR and War Thunder and DCS and IL-2 Stormovik, it adds so much. Is Ryan's the name of the bush pilot? Missionary bush pilot? Yeah, actually, I just realised Continuum, you're the one that said that on both things. Oh, where was I? Yeah. But okay, so I recently had an upgrade to my computer. I was running on an old i7, like an i7 from 2012, 3770K. Had 24 gig of RAM and a GTX 1060, and I was running on average at about the very low 30 FPS. So a friend of mine helped me to upgrade to a brand new i7, a non-K series, but I didn't even overclock my old K, so I don't. For me, there's no point getting an overclockable CPU. So a new i7, I got 32 gig of 4000 gigahertz, 4000 gigahertz, 4000 megahertz, something like that. The 4000. Yeah, 4000 RAM. Still got my old GPU, so now I've gone from the low 30s to the high 30s. I'm hoping early next year that the 3060 will come out, and I'm going to upgrade to that, and that'll be interesting to see what that does to the FPS. But even say if you've got, because this will come out initially for the VR, and this is going to initially come out for the Windows Mixed Reality. The I don't know if it'll work on all, because it's the HP Reverb, their newest Reverb, I think, is what they're aiming to initially just support that, and then very quickly after that they're going to open it up to all VR. But that's, I think, basically because I've got a mixed reality, an Acer mixed reality VR headset, and that's 1440 by 1440 on each eye, so 2880 by 1440 overall. And I know that if if this had VR at the moment, seeing as I'm only getting 35 frames a second in a fairly open area just on my monitor running at 1080, like, the mixed reality does an amazing job. I think it can work with as little as 45 FPS. It's got some weird voodoo magic in it where it can basically turn 45 into 90. It's got some sort of frame doubling feature. It's amazing. But even then, I'm not meeting the minimum requirements there. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to need to find those extra frames. Otherwise, people are going to be so sick. It's going to make people incredibly nauseous. And it's hard enough not to get nauseous flying an airplane in VR, even when your frame rate's really good. Yeah. I definitely... yeah, I recommend if you've got a reasonably strong rig, that VR is definitely worth getting for flying. It adds so much. Yeah, I live in Dunedin. Whereabouts are you, Captain? So hang on, are you living in Canada at the moment? We get so many Canadians coming through here, especially for the university. It is amazing. My ex-wife used to work at the university there, and half her friends were Canadian. Oh, hang on. Which Dunedin are you talking about? Is there a Dunedin in Canada? You just said you were near to Dunedin in Vancouver. Vancouver is a hell of a long way from where I am. Okay. Okay, cool. I don't quite understand the nearish Vancouver sentence, and I'm not too, but I'm forgetting like everything I say at the moment. So, yeah, the restaurant roundabout, like the Octagon in the center of town, where there's just like restaurants and cinemas and. For such a small city, we've got. Oh, you're nearish Vancouver. Okay, cool. Yeah, that shouldn't have been hard for me to understand. Oh, I also need to keep an eye out for Fearless, because I would have thought he'd be nearby soon. Oh wow. Which way? What are you flying? Are you flying something fast? What am I coming up to? Hang on. Let's have a look at the map. Oh no, not the I don't want to play with the barometric pressure. I want to. Right, I've got. Oops. I don't know if that map. Oh no, you're in a 172 as well. Do you at least? You should. I mean, you should be fairly close to me. I'm really surprised that you didn't. I am going to. I might have a land at one of the nearest airfields, if I can. Whoa, what did I just... Passenger address system? I don't know why I clicked on that. I'm so task saturated at the moment. And I've got the sun in my eyes. Keep flying. I was going to say, you might want to pick something quicker. I'll bring up the nearest airport list again. Oh, hang on. Gonna watch the number on that. Okay, so I'm definitely getting further away from YJNB. But I'm getting closer. US West. Yeah, I would have thought I should be on the US West server. YJNB is an airport I'm getting closer to. Yankee Julia November Bravo. How am I remembering these? I would love to go to Canada. I'd love to do some travelling. It's not something I can afford to do at the moment. Although I have do a decent amount of travelling with my family. As I said, like, that's part of what's inspiring this journey as well, is just to fly to places that I've lived. I will be back in literally about 5 seconds. I'm just going to close the curtains because I'm getting sunstroke. Yeah, I can't wait to. I think when I get to the UK, I was trying to do a toss up because I was thinking of continuing my flight, but whether I should continue the flight with something even more inappropriate, like the Cub, or maybe even something I can download, or whether I should pick something that'll make the trip a bit easier. By the time I get to the UK, if I have enough people following me, I'll have like a wee vote on it. That's also what I was going to do as well. Is where is Continuum? I need to follow you. Because it was Continuum with the 7 in his name that raided me, wasn't it? That was such a lovely thing to do, seriously. I just, yeah, absolutely blown away. And especially blown away that so many of you are still watching. That's, yeah. That is a very big deal. Right, Continuum, where are you? There. And follow. There we go. Old jet. Well, general aviation friends, fantastic. Well, it's definitely something I'd like to. Be great. Yeah. Wow. it's fried my brain a little. Yeah. Yeah, words are escaping me right now, but I'd love to do more stuff with you guys. It's yeah, it's just absolutely fantastic. Right, where is Fearless? Fearless, where are you, Fearless? Fearless, good chap. Ah. Yeah. It's a hard place to I kind of wish it was easier to show, like, because it's such a vast area too. Just bringing up nearby airports. Oops. And also trying to click on these controls. Yep. I should be able to show that on, and I've seen other people during the flight as well. What's JEL? Coming up to there's a place ahead of me called JEL. Shoot. That looked like a positive shoot, but shoot's normally the equivalent of done. Or you're telling me to shoot my guns? No, I'm not in War Thunder, so I can't do that. I forgot to strap the guns onto the wings. Right. Is there a way? I don't think there's anything, because we got this. Oh, you don't go away. Don't know why. Oh, that's annoying. Why is it doing that? Yeah, there's like if I go to my ATC, should be able to see that, yeah, other people. Oh, yeah. Well, my username is and he has put his username up there, but yeah, my username is my username might be a Denzel with 2 L's, so ADENZELL. Hang on. It should just be able to do it on the Xbox app in Windows, hey? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. So Denzel with 2 L's. And yeah, West US. There we go. Thank you, Canadian. That was very, very helpful. And version 10 point. Same versions of the game as well, that would be important. It should be the same. It's normally pretty good at staying updated. 1.10.8.0. And you can get caught out by things like that. I'm not too sure if this game runs if it's not the right version. Can we do... Oh, hang on. Yeah, should be able to do... Add friend. Aha, here we go. I'm just going to scroll up the chat, so I'm not going to see what you guys are saying if you do at the moment. If I can try not to scroll past it, which I think I might have already. Sorry, Fearless, if you can. Woohoo! 100 messages on Restream. And left the. Are you going to reboot? The bear among men and left the capital. I don't get that. Okay, can anybody find Fearless Guster put his username up in chat, but I'm having trouble finding it. Can somebody copy paste it? Oh, you just left Canberra. Canberra's actually pretty well done. In this. Try Fearless. Okay, cool. I will try that. Hopefully the copy paste works. Go add friend. Control V. Hey. Sending invitation sent. Cool. So if that works, you should have that soonish, as long as the Microsoft servers are behaving themselves. Yeah, it's funny, I've had a bunch of friends interested in this game, but actually trying to get them to trying to get into a game with them has been difficult. Oh, you're still playing FSX? VA. Hang on, GA stands for General Aviation. VA. I would have thought CA would be Commercial Aviation. What does VA stand for? Unless that's V is right next to C. Did you mean to hit C? Or am I just being dumb? Yeah, as I'm really tempted to do an around the world flight in FSX after I've done it in this. I think FSX still needs to get love too. It's funny the things that people like when this first came out or was coming out. People were like, oh, you know, it's got the world 1-to-1 scale ratio, and it's, you know, it's never been done before. And it's like, well, no. Oh, virtual airline. Ah, right. Yeah, of course. I don't know why I didn't twig to that. I would love to do some of that stuff here as well. FSX is probably slightly better supported at the moment, isn't it? I know there is virtual airline stuff for this, which I'd also love to get into a wee bit, but yeah, I'll try and one thing at a time. Although doing virtual airline flight around the world, that'd be interesting. Right. Okay. See, I didn't even realise it was because I know other sims do as well now. But I remember being absolutely blown away because the flight sim I had, like my favourite flight sim before, I think FSX was the first Microsoft flight sim I ever bought. I'd played number 4 on a friend's computer, which I absolutely loved because you could even make your own aeroplanes, and that was the early 90s that I played that. I don't know when 4. I think 4 came out in the very, very late 80s, like 89. So yeah, more high quality payware planes at the moment. Yeah, that makes sense. Once more payware CA plane, commercial aviation planes hit the sim. I'm gonna be yeah. Hey, I got it right. 1989. That was like like I give myself shit sometimes for not remembering stuff, but somebody asked how many kilometers were in a nautical mile, and they asked me to do it off the top of my head, and I actually got it within point. There was 0.002 of a kilometer. So now I know it fairly exactly, 1.852 kilometers per nautical mile. But yeah, if I'm trying to do the conversions in my head, I just double it and then take a bit off. But yeah, so yeah, another one I got right. But I was watching. Have you guys, any of you guys, heard of the Computer Chronicles? They're archived on YouTube. And I was watching. There's a couple of episodes they got there where they talk about flight sims, and one's from the early '80s and one's from 1990. And they show Microsoft Flight Sim 2, which I think was the first one to actually come out on PC, because before then it was for Mac and a computer I don't think I'd ever heard of before. I can't remember what it was called. And they're showing Microsoft Flight Sim 2, and it's running at about 2 frames a second. And they have one of their guests there is involved in the military flight sim. Involved in military flight sims. And they show what the military's got in 1982. And when you compare that to what was running on it was still, Microsoft Flight Sim 2 was pretty impressive considering the power of PCs back then was abysmal. But the military flight sim had 40,000 processors. So that was just, I mean, could you imagine them today making a flight sim with 40,000 CPUs to run it? But the funny thing is, I was thinking about that, and if you look at our graphics cards today, the CUDA cores on an NVIDIA card, they run. I think they run into the hundreds of thousands, and yeah, they're not a CPU, but by 1982 standards, they'd basically be, they'd be an unbelievably, just one of those cores would be an unbelievably powerful processor by those standards. So yeah, but in 1982, their flight sim was using 40,000 processors, and the graphics were really impressive. Not impressive by today's standards, but they looked like a flight sim from the mid to late 90s. Like it was. Do you guys know the game A10 Tank Killer? A 90s game. I think it was initially came out on the Mac as well, and it was sort of flat color polygons, and that's essentially what this military flight sim was running. But in 1982, that would have been absolutely breathtaking. Yeah, I loved A10 so much. I kind of wish it had. My mouse is caught on my coffee cup. I don't know why I didn't play it more, actually. I know I messed about with it a hell of a lot. There was... I know why. I only had the demo for ages. And by the time I got the full game, I think there was other stuff going on. But I played the hell out of the demo. And in the demo, there was a runway you could take off from. Like it was a kind of a tropical looking area, and there were roads you could fly down. Except that was the other one it reminded me a lot of that I did play the hell out of was it was a helicopter one, Gunship 2000. And they were just if you think about the hardware limitations of the day, what they did was amazing. There was vehicles driving on the ground and all these, it was not just flat terrain. And there was, with the demo for A10, there was a tunnel through a mountain. Not only could you fly, if you were accurate enough, you could fly through that tunnel, but there was also like a geographical fissure that had been put in, like a break in the ground that actually you could get through into the mountain. I don't think it was possible to fly through there. It might have been. I'm not sure, but it was one of these little challenges around the place that, you know, I mean, the game was about flying an A10 and destroying stuff and doing objectives and all that, but it was also just fun to fly around in and explore the map. Guffey's gotten gold. But yeah, I hope they fix the autopilot in this more, because that's one of the other things I've noticed is that, and I was talking to, I had a few streams ago, I had a pilot. It wasn't like a commercial pilot; he was just a private pilot. It was really interesting having him on the stream, and we were talking about things, and because all I know about aviation really is what, you know, I pick up from watching videos, people talking about it, things that, you know, experimentation, a little bit of common sense and stuff. Although, you know, common sense isn't necessarily. Common sense is one of those things where we think something is obvious, but it isn't necessarily, and sometimes it's wrong too. You know, I like watching things like there's another YouTube channel called the Air Safety Institute. Oh, really? Like Continuum does, is doing real aviation stuff and all that. That's really cool. It's not a big deal. I don't know if they're teasing you or if you're just being modest. Just going to. I've been flying just using the heading because I've just wanted to kind of follow the coast a bit, so that's why I'm using this. Little Columby. Yeah. Oh, unemployed. Yeah. Yeah, the COVID is. I can't remember who it was. Somebody, a friend or a close relative, was asking me the other day. You know, have you thought about getting into aviation? Like, you know, getting a job in aviation. So there's a few things running against that. One, I'm too old. Like, I'm not old, but I'm in my 40s. Oh no. That's that's a real shame. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody else around me recently as well. I am tempted to possibly, if this is that an air? Geraldine. I could land at Geraldine and restart the flight. Ah, really? Let's do that then. I will swap to... oh, hang on. Oh, this is probably why. Also, I'm probably yelling. I'm going to adjust my... I think I've been yelling the whole stream. Hopefully it's not too bad for you guys. Bear among men. What is that you just put up there? That's not a full stop. That's a very, very small emote. I might have to check that on Twitch proper. Accept the friend request. That might help. What I will also do, and that's accepted. What I will also do, I will swap to... Oh, in Southeast Asia. I don't believe these pings because there's no way that the East Coast and West Europe has got better ping. And North Europe. How is that 20? Where are they getting their pings from? There's no way. I'm going to swap to Southeast Asia. And then back to the game. Oh, that was you with the request? Did I? I thought I... Hang on. Invite to group, that's probably going to help. There we go. Awesome. Well, as long as I accepted it, because I definitely did accept something. Okay, so yeah, if you take off at... There we go, excellent. I was going to say, if you take off from Geraldton, then you'll definitely... Because I must be... What? About 20 minutes flying time? 15, 20 minutes away from Geraldton? Oh, adjust that heading a bit again. Is that not... Hang on, why is it... What's it following now? Autopilot is on. I don't know what I did. Somehow... Oh, I know. I might have been... I was trying to fix undulations in my autopilot before. Ooh, blue circles. What is that about? How am I doing for fuel? Cool. Fuel's still good. But yeah, remember somebody asked me about, you know, getting into the... Hey, excellent. Where are you? Ooh. Ah, there he is! Hang on. Cheeky outside look. Oh, you're really close too. Nice. Fantastic. I do prefer to be inside. So I'm sitting on about 115 knots at the moment. But yeah, so one was just, yeah. I had a friend that I think did his aviation. He wanted to get into commercial aviation. He was in his late 30s when he did it, and then realised that nobody was hiring anybody that old that had so few, like the amount of hours he needed to be taken seriously would have been far too much. And on top of that, bloody COVID's hit, and that's just wiped the industry out. So hopefully that's not going to last too long, but I think it's going to be... It is going to take years for the industry to recover. But yeah, I would definitely... It's definitely something I'd love to get my PPLs, as long as I could afford to fly. So if I yeah. Where is he? He was there. Ah. I'd say that differently. Climbing away. Oh, I hate the way the controls are backwards for this. Also, there's nobody there. Get out of my seat, Mr. Coast Co-Pilot. Climbing away there. You seem to be holding pretty steady behind me. I don't know what it looks like from your point of view. I need to get some liveries as well. It's a bit dull with just... It took me until last episode to actually customize the call sign and everything. Must be getting close, so should be able to see Geraldton by now. Not Geraldton. What was it? Was it Geraldton? Oh, maybe. I thought I was past Geraldton before, but hang on a second. If my brain would engage. Inside view. No, that must... JEL, no maybe... Where am I passing? No, because I'm sure it was Geraldton I passed before. Hang on.
So, if I get... Everybody else can look with me. So that's Geraldton. Yeah, okay, so there's no way it's Geraldton that we're passing now. It's got to be somewhere else. Aha! This looks familiar. Port Denison? No, that's got to be it. I think. Maybe. No, Gerald. Hang on a second. Geraldton and what was the place? I'm getting very confused. Oh, Gilderton. Okay. Right, so now it's... Right, okay. At least I had it on the map correctly. I was just reading it wrong. Oh, we are almost... How long have I been streaming for? 2 hours and 13 minutes. So we've actually made really, really good time on this so far, I think. Oh no, that actually... Okay, so no, we are about halfway. Did you guys know Australia's really big? Oh my god, that's yeah, it's so easy to just go, oh my god. It's a big place. What was it? Yeah. Brett, who I'll be joining up with in Darwin, saying it was after, I think it was after Queensland, doing that in his caravan, that he wished he'd gotten a faster plane. I've had that thought myself a few times, but that is part of the purpose of this journey, is just doing it in something that's just completely inappropriate. Although, yeah, there were certain luxuries that I wanted to have, and the G1000 suite was definitely one of those. But prepared to give that up once I get to the UK. A little more adjusting. I'll also zoom this in a bit further, then I can see where Fearless is. Hang on, I just did that the wrong way around. I don't know if they can... Oh, why is Fearless not showing? Fearless, are you still there? Oh. Cougalurga? Is that Canadian? Is that you? Oh yeah, Fearless is still behind me. Why is he not showing up on my... Why are you not showing up there? That's a bit weird. Maybe it's too close, I don't know. Catching up slowly. Would you like me to, I suppose, well, if you're going to be flying with me all the way, then awesome. Yeah, you definitely oh yeah, I can just about see your there we go. It'd be nice if there was a distance indicator as well. Although the height indicator is kind of nice. Let's get rid of that. So yeah, we've actually got somebody else not, well, I assume they're not a huge distance away. Does anybody know what the cutoff distance is for those nameplates? It's got to be a fair distance away. bit of a course correction towards Geraldton a bit more there, Fearless. But I don't know if you're manually controlling it the whole way. 50 nautical miles away. Right. Yeah, I think it's definitely further than that. I think. I remember the first flight that I was doing out of Dunedin and that, I wanted to get above the clouds, and I was just using, because I couldn't get autopilot to work, I was just using the trim. I trimmed myself into a climb. I ended up at 17,000 feet. It was so absolutely pointless being up that high. And there was an Airbus coming the other way at 13,000 feet, and I could just imagine the guy in the Airbus thinking, what the hell is a Cessna 172 doing up there? What are you doing up there, buddy? Suddenly realised how hungry I am. I've got chicken thighs sitting in front. Well, chicken thighs? Chicken legs. Did them for lunch, only gotten about halfway through. Sorry, continuing. Are you, sure, did you, yeah, whereabouts are, what's the time where you are? Because it's, oh my god, it's 7:33. What? Hang on. Oh my god. 7:33 here. That's gone quick. Brisbane. Ah, okay. Yeah, so I did wake up really late though. I got to bed at about 2 AM and woke up at about 1 PM. And then, yeah, must have started streaming this at about 5, maybe a little earlier. It's funny, Brisbane and Queensland is the one place that I have missed in Australia. Like, 'cause I came in at Sydney, worked my way down, and then around the west coast. I'll have to make up for that at some point. I've driven through Brisbane, or been driven through Brisbane in real life. I was about 6 years old. Family decided to move down. We'd moved from the UK to Australia, and we moved from the UK to Darwin, which, if you think a little bit about that, is probably about the worst move you could ever decide to make if you're going to move anywhere in Australia from the UK. Darwin is not the place you should go. Not that I've got anything against Darwin. I think Darwin certainly was an amazing place while we were there. But holy shit, it's a hot place. Yeah, fucking fry an egg on the pavement pretty much 365 days of the year. So after, hang on, 7 that way. Hello. I'm gonna have to go outside for you. Yeah, that way. Hang on, that's my 5.5 o'clock. Nice, that's a good distance, man. He's caught up. Oh, this is cool. This is very cool. I like this. Thank you. Oh, is my airspeed suddenly dropping? No. Small amount of panic there. I was thinking, what's my airspeed doing? What is the wind doing, actually? 20 knots. Yeah. And after about 18 months, my mum had enough of Darwin, like just the temperature.
I don't think she minded. The place itself was amazing. I remember basically school was cancelled one day because we had a crocodile walking down the main street during the time that it would have been going to school. So it was, yeah, stayed home that day. Yeah. Yeah, so many stories about crocodiles, especially. It's like people, going about box jellyfish, and the or sea wasps as they called them there, and sharks. But crocodiles are just like, crocodiles can get you in the water, and if you get out of the land, they can follow you there too. And they're not slow; they are so fast. But yeah, a story about one of my dad's friends. He was into jogging and that, and he was jogging with a group of friends, and there was a log on the beach that all of them jumped over except for him. He decided to step on the log, and he stepped on a log, and it moved and took a bite at him. Yeah, just Darwin was crazy, but in a good way. Well, I guess it depends on your point of view. But yeah, so we ended up leaving Darwin, and the way people do sometimes when you've had enough of something, you don't necessarily want to go in between and move to somewhere like Perth. You want something the complete opposite as much as you can get. So we didn't want to leave Australia, but she wanted to go to Tasmania, somewhere that would be cool. And so yeah, we decided that I don't know if it was a mutual thing or if just Dad just put his foot down and wanted to do the drive so that we could, get to see a bit more of Australia before we settled back down again. And so bought a Datsun van and did it up for camping. Like, didn't turn it into a full-on camper, but he put, carpeted it. And this was the day before cars came with carpet as a standard thing. This is back in 1982, 83. Yeah, somewhere around there. Put curtains in, and bought air beds and stuff for the back, and camping gear, and we drove all the way from Darwin all the way down to Tasmania, but went through so I went down through Alice Springs and that, and then went across through Queensland, and I don't think we hit Townsville, but we definitely went through, we might have done actually, we definitely went through Brisbane, down through Sydney and Melbourne. We didn't hit Adelaide, that was too far out of the way. Then took the ferry across and drove down to Hobart. And I remember bits of the journey. I got sick in where was it? It was somewhere near a place called Katherine, in Northern Territory. And I got some sort of tropical bug, and it knocked me out. Like I was in a genuine coma. And had to be airlifted to hospital, and the local hospital, they're having like a strike or something, a nurses' strike, and so yeah, I ended up going all the way back. It's been a few days driving down again and going all the way back to Darwin in hospital, and so yeah, I remember the first part of the journey, and then I remember waking up in hospital. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, Tassie is amazing. Lived there for 8 years before my dad had enough of the cold, and we moved to Perth. I lived there for about another 10 years, I think. Left there when I was about 22, 23, and then came to New Zealand on my own. Well, with my now ex-wife. And been here ever since. That was in about 2002. But yeah, I wouldn't mind living somewhere warmer. I'd quite like that. But I've got a lot of good friends down here now, and it's yeah, Dunedin in New Zealand is. I mean, Australia would have been great as well. Australia is a fantastic place. There's things I do miss about Australia. Funny enough, I wasn't that keen on the sort of the landscape around Perth. It was a bit sort of dry, rocky and sandy for me. It's beautiful in its own way, but it wasn't something that really gelled with me. I love the lush environment around here. Yeah, a bit a bit flat too. Hey, there's the Geraldton Airport. Oh yeah, how much fuel you got there, Fearless? You gonna be all right to make it all the way? Yeah. And I wish I used to have my motorbike license and a motorbike back in Perth as well when I was still doing my apprenticeship. I'm down to a scooter here. Fuel should be good, good. I've got a wee 50cc scooter, although it's a nice for a 50cc. It's the Yamaha BW 50. It's got chunky tires on it, and it's good fun. Especially speed limit around here is mostly 50km/h roads, and it's not too bad up the hills. It does between 30 to 40 k's an hour up most hills, and they're all windy anyway, so it's good. But I miss the motorbike, and we used to. It was an online group, West Australian. It was WAR, West Australian Riders, and this was before the days of Facebook. So it was the old school forum. And you get on the forum, and they would organise rides. There was always a regular ride, I think, on Saturday or something, and we go up to the Mundaring Weir and all sorts of other places, and normally stop halfway through the ride if we could, depending on where it was, to like one of the cafes or whatever that was open late at night, or a truck stop or something like that, grab some food and carry on. And I just had a Kawasaki GPX 250. It was brand new at the time. It was one of these old bikes that was still being made, like it was a 1980s bike that was still being made in 2000. I think they stopped making them in 2006, something like that. They kept making them for ages. But I'm 6'2", no, 6'3", almost 6'4", and it was actually a decent sized bike for a tall guy, but it meant I had that extra height. It wasn't a bike that actually liked tipping over into the corners all that much, but with the extra height I could get it to turn into the corners. So yeah, say it was a 250, so it wasn't that fast in a straight line, but getting it around the corners and that on the Perth country roads was great. But the roads here though, the roads here for motorbike riding are just the next level. And on top of that, you don't have to worry about kangaroos or pea gravel. Pea gravel on the country roads in Western Australia for motorcycle riders, an absolute nightmare. I did learn how to deal with pea gravel reasonably well, but there's only so much you can do with it. If you come around a corner at speed and somebody's kicked out some pea gravel onto the road, yeah, you're very lucky to get away with that. Absolute death trap. But yeah, there were lots of driveways around, because I lived out in a place called Gidgegannup, which I forgot to fly. I was going to fly over, but I forgot to. But not a big deal. And yeah, it was. I mean, even in the suburbs, it was something that got banned in the suburbs eventually. But when I first moved there in the 90s, a lot of people, instead of grass and that, would have pea gravel on the street, the verge, like the bit in between the footpath and the street, so they didn't have to worry about mowing it or just having dead grass out there. They'd line it in pea gravel. It did look nice. It was this terracotta look to it, but it was essentially like having terracotta ball bearings out on your front verge there. So they ended up banning that, but of course they couldn't ban it from the country. It's what all the hills are just full of. It's just so much pea gravel. And so I actually ended up getting quite good at riding on it. A lot of motorcycle riders would avoid it. I'd go out of my way to ride on it, and I got quite good at it. But yeah, it's like riding through, very similar to riding through ball bearings. Probably not quite as bad. It's got a bit of friction there. But yeah, not far off it. Yeah, same as sand and all that. I could ride through sand without any dramas. with a road bike, so I do miss that. 50,000 k's in a year. I used to ride from Gidgegan up to Joondalup, which was just over an hour each way. Yeah, it was like 120 kilometers a day I did on that bike. Ooh, there's somebody else behind us. Who else is behind us? But not showing up. Interesting. It looks like they're actually coming into Geraldton. So, hopefully people are enjoying listening to me natter on. Just chatting away. And yeah, I do love these clouds. I hope they add like the wispy, are they Sirius clouds or something along those lines? Definitely seems to be something the game's missing. I'm very tempted to bump the detail level up on the clouds as well, but I think things run okay the way they are at the moment, so I might leave that alone until if I can get a 3060, then I'll bump things up. It is really nice. It's beautiful around here, isn't it? Like, I mean, it's flat, but it's really picturesque. I haven't been around haven't been around at this part. It's actually something I would love to. I don't think I'm going to ever get around to it, but that was part because we've driven, as I said, we've driven from Darwin, Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, and oh, seriously, Fearless. Oh, nice. It's I'd highly recommend flying around Tassie a bit as well. Tassie's amazing. The East Coast is good too, but yeah, this is quite different to most places in the world. Like the West Coast is, yeah. But yeah, so as I we drove. It's me, my dad, and Mum drove all the way down to Tassie, down the East Coast, and we've driven when we moved from Tassie to Perth. Me and Dad drove all that way across the Nullarbor Plain and all that. Yeah, mountain in the hills and that in Tassie. It's just, yeah, it's spectacular. It's, yeah, it's nice also if you've lived in those places to, like, you definitely get an appreciation for it. Like, these places look beautiful even when you haven't lived there, but oh my god, when you've lived there and you can go back, especially when it's been such a long time. But yeah, and we drove from Tassie to Perth, and I've always wanted to. And the funny thing was, it was the same van. This van ended up becoming like part of the family. It was the same van we drove 8 years later from Tassie to Perth, and I always wanted to. Unfortunately, the van ended up. We had to let the van go. It's at one point it got the old rust bug. And at the time I couldn't afford to fix it, so he had to let it go, and that was, and I had to move to New Zealand. But yeah, we'd always wanted to do the drive from Perth back to Darwin. Yeah, but yeah, my dad's, what is the year? 70 now. So still definitely something we could do, but it's, yeah, we'd have to. Neither of us can really afford to do it at the moment. But yeah. If I could, you know, depending on how his health goes as well, it's definitely something that could still happen. And but yeah, if I have to do it without him, I would as well. I think he'd like that. I'm trying to figure out if that plane on the map is supposed to be Fearless, or because Fearless is really close to me, whereas that plane on the map is not.
I think it might be supposed to be Fearless. I'm not 100% sure on that because I don't see any other nameplates around. Do you see a plane behind? It's AI traffic. AI traffic. Okay, yeah, okay. But if you're seeing it behind us as well, then it's definitely not you. God, what the thing with this, because this game shows real life traffic as well, doesn't it? So, but of all the years for it to get released when real life traffic just does a massive nosedive, that's probably the wrong word to use, the wrong phrase to use. But oh, look at that cloud. See if I can see any lights in the sky. Oh, hang on. I think I see it. I think it's right there, but I don't think that would show up on the stream. Or is that? Yep, no, it's not just a dirty spot on my monitor. There's definitely something around there. Little white sort of blurry speck that's moving with us. Oh, hang on, I see two. That's not like bright stars, is it? Oh, I can actually hear your plane now, Fearless. The sound is very well done in this. Whoops. There we go. Accidentally put my handbrake on. That's interesting because it is slowly overtaking us, but only very slowly. It's almost directly above. Oh, there it is. RXA 2268. I think that's got to be a player. Yeah. Yeah, that popped up literally just as I said it. You're going to hear me. It's I'm going to say that on the stream just after you've typed it. Or a while, about 10 seconds I think is 10 or 15 second delay I think we've got on this. I just jumped. Yeah, I am pretty sure that's a player. Yeah. So what's our ETA at the moment? 75 minutes. Alright, I might try to... Yeah, no, there's no point in me changing the heading at the moment. It's just amazing how, like, when you compare Australia to the US, it's almost the same. You know, Australia is just slightly bigger than the contiguous United States, so the main block of states. But there's, what, only around about 25 million people living in Australia, give or take. I don't think they've hit the 30 million mark yet. Could be wrong, hang on. I looked this up not long ago. Well, yeah, the Australian accents. Yeah, the Aussie accent's probably. I don't know, because America's got a more. Like, the Australian accent does vary from area to area, but nowhere near as much as the American accent does. There are some amazing American accents out there.
But yeah, 25.6 million people basically living in Australia at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. It's one of those things. I don't think a lot of people that live outside of Australia varies the level of bogan, doesn't it? Just yeah. It's funny though because I remember like you don't see much on TV and that with like so as I said lived in Tassie for 8 years and the accents obviously you live in a place for a while you don't hear the accent anymore. Um, and then moved to Perth, and the area I was living in, Perth, actually had a hell of a lot of Brits. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's not just girls; guys love accents with guys and girls or whoever they're into as well. Um, there's definitely yeah. Mind you, you do get some accents out there that are quite grating as well. Um, and it definitely, and there's certain accents that work well with certain voices. Like, for instance, the Welsh accent. If you've got a really good, deep, rich voice, the Welsh accent sounds amazing. If you've got a really screechy voice, hell no. Hell no, that's not a good accent to have if you've got a screechy voice. Um, yeah, I mean, you're at a bit of a disadvantage if you're kind of screechy anyway, but it's like there's definitely certain accents that make it worse. Um, I think the Irish accent is probably a very forgiving accent for different voices too. Was it was it good or bad, Fearless? Because yeah, some Aussies sound so rough. But yeah, that's funny. I didn't like. Yeah, as I was like Tasmania. When I hear footage from Tasmania now, it's like I can't quite. I couldn't do a Tasmanian accent for you, but and I'd probably also have trouble placing it. But when I hear it, I know it's from Tassie. It's like it brings back memories. It's almost like a smell you remember almost. You couldn't describe it, but you know it when you hear it, sort of thing. Ah, nice. Yeah. Backwards pussy. I've known a few of those. Friends with a few of those. Yeah, it's funny. Actually, the accent I think almost varies more in New Zealand than it does in Australia, but it's probably not quite right. But there's a surprising amount of variation in the accent here. Especially a lot of Aussies think that, or Kiwis, speak like, fish and chops and that. Oh, geez, bro. Went down to the store and got myself some fish and chops. And then we went in the car and we went down to a cousin's place. But no, that's more of a. Ooh, what is my plane doing? That. Don't do that. What the cuzzy bro? I'm gonna get in the car later, do some skits. It is rocking. I feel like I feel like the plane is hanging from a rope at the moment, the way it's moving. bit lopsided. There's probably all this weight in this seat here. 265 pounds of me here. Yeah, flying over the US is going to be interesting. Although it's going to be a while before that happens. So once we get to Darwin, I should be, if I haven't already, I'll be meeting up with Brett. I can't remember the username he uses there. Visit Portland. Absolutely, especially if you're watching, mate. I'm trying to understand. I understood that. Please visit Portland, Oregon. Portland is beautiful. Oh, hang on. Yes. I thought you were suggesting to visit Portland after somebody else had already suggested visiting Portland. But yeah. Yeah, there's just some amazing places in the US. But yeah, after I hit Darwin, I should meet up with Brett there. And then it'll be... nice. I'll definitely visit if you're on stream. I will definitely go there. But yeah, it's gonna be. I don't know. It probably won't be that. It will. God, how long is it gonna take me? I mean, it's. I'm streaming more regularly now, so I'm making my progress is happening a lot quicker. It's taken me a few months to get this far, but that was with. My streaming was nowhere near as regular. It's been what? There's the Evergreen Museum. Oh no! No, that's not good when museums have to start selling their assets just to survive. Can understand that it has been that way with the way things have been. Especially with the shutdowns and that. Oh god. So yeah, hopefully that doesn't suffer because of cutbacks. Oh my god. Isn't Portland's like a relatively, like that's not exactly in a warm region of the US, is it? Yeah. It's actually something, if you ever come to New Zealand, I would highly recommend coming when they've got the Wanaka Air Show on. Oh, wet but not cold. Still doesn't seem like the sort of place for a water park. You want to get wet? Just go outside! Oh, wow, yeah. B-17 for scale. Oh, nice. Yeah, can you believe it? I haven't actually been to the Wanaka Air Show yet. Been here for 18-ish years. Yeah, I could believe that, Canadian. What's amazing is when you see like, modern jets in comparison to things like the B-17, or not so modern jets. You realise how big aircraft have gotten. That even our small aircraft end up being about the same size.
I can't remember what jet it was. It was a fighter jet, and it was God, what was it? It was some fighter jet. Talking on the forums, and yeah, it was basically the same size as a B-17. It didn't look the same size as a B-17 when you looked at it without a B-17 near it, because of the shape of the thing, you know. But yeah, it's mental. Do you get turbulence on this if you fly direct? Like, is there any sort of wake left behind by aircraft in this sim at the moment? 'Cause I know, oh, what's that military sim called? Oh, it's completely left my brain now. Yeah, one of the other sims definitely does, or it's got a mod that can do it. I haven't. Hang on, Blenheim is in the South Island, isn't it? Yes. North end of the South Island. There's a... Is it the Omaka Aviation Heritage Centre? Yeah. Might have to... It's a bit of a trip, but yeah, might have to make that one day. Oh, wow. I'm just looking at their link on Google Maps. What is that? I'm trying to remember the name of this bomber. It's like a... Not the B-13. Oh, I can't remember. I can't believe I can't remembering this stuff at the moment. It's an an early World War II bomber. They've got crashed in the jungle. Oh yeah, Spitfire there too. Nice. A late Griffin engine Spitfire. The World War I stuff does look amazing as well. Oh. What is that? It looks like a... Looks similar to... They've got a plane here that looks similar to a Mosquito, but with... The Hudson, yes, thank you. They've also got a plane here that looks... The canopy looks really reminiscent of a Mosquito, but that's really it's a twin engine thing. That's about it. But it's got like an Italian-looking engine nacelles. Oh no, it's a British plane though. Avro Anson. Oh, that is a strange-looking plane. I love discovering new planes, especially really like my dad was really into because so my grandfather on my dad's side was an aeronautical engineer during the war, so I had
Actually, that might not be quite the right term. He was a mechanic. He did, yeah, worked on planes, kept them flying, and all that good stuff. And my dad was really into World War II planes. And a little bit of it rubbed off me, but I didn't really start getting into airplanes until I caught the war thunderbug. Although I like general aviation. Oh, well, that was one of the things I was talking about before as well. With the simulators, so FSX was the first of the Microsoft ones I bought, but before that, I had. Does anybody remember Flight Unlimited? I had the second and the third one. That simulator was amazing. That's right, because we were talking about how the whole simulators that have the whole planet. And Flight Unlimited 1 and 2 only had, not 1 and 2, 2 and 3. I never had number 1. Number 1 didn't appeal to me all that much. But number 2 was the San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah, the air. It looked amazing, but by the time I got around to actually having a PC, because I used to have an Amiga, I had an Amiga 500 and an Amiga 1200, so it took me a little while to get into the PCs. And yeah, the first proper flight sim I had on PC was Flight Unlimited 2. Yeah, I wish my Amiga 1200 had survived. It ended up getting thrown away when I moved over to Australia. There's a lot of stuff I left behind, and it got rusty. Although it still would have been worth hanging on to today. With the you got an Amiga like that these days. You don't throw it away. You restore it. But yeah, and I bought number 3 when it came out as well, which had the Seattle area, and you could actually, that was one of the first things that amazed me, was you could actually fly between Seattle and San Francisco if you had both. But the area in between was very, very low detail. But San Francisco and all that was high detail by those standards. And what was amazing about Flight Unlimited 2 and 3, they both had air currents modelled. So, which really it's only just come into, as far as I'm aware, FSX definitely doesn't have updrafts and downdrafts on the mountains. I've looked for that. They've got thermals, but the thermals don't even seem to be calculated correctly. They just kind of dot them around the place. But Flight Unlimited, they had thermals in areas that, like the updrafts and downdrafts where they should have been, like the thermal drafts. And they also had the wind calculated, so if the wind hit a mountain, you'd get an updraft there, and then you'd get a downdraft on the other side. So not only was flying a sailplane was you could fly it properly in Flight Unlimited 2 and 3. And of course, both Seattle and San Francisco are great locations for that kind of stuff. But if it was a windy day and you took out a little Cessna or something like that and were flying low over the mountains, you could get sucked right down into it and blown around. It was amazing. It was better than anything Microsoft had at that point. It's just a real shame that they ended up going. The own developers didn't really like I think it was Flight Unlimited 3 almost didn't come out, and it basically split the development team in half, because half the team wasn't interested in doing more general aviation stuff, and the other half really believed in it. And unfortunately, it kind of, the way it turned out, but I don't know exactly why. It might have been a bit of a lull in the interest in simulators at that time or something, but it ended up not doing very well. But I think there may have been a bit of self-sabotage there. Ooh, what is that over there? Oh, we're going to have a very quick detour. I'm just just heading to a little further east, Fearless. I want to see what this stuff is. Uh-oh. Fearless, turn with me! There we go. This is a fairly significant... Not so much this, it's little lifestyle blocks and stuff. Is that a... That's not a runway down there. Ah. Ew, the zoom's horrible in the outside view. Where are we? Let's go back inside. Seems to be the easiest way to... Oh wow, there's like no airfields anywhere near us at the moment. Let's get the map out. Okay, so there's Geraldton. It's a really small looking river on the in-game map there. Where are we? Ah, the pink light. We are... That's the place. Calbarry. Ah, I've heard of Calbarry. And there is an airport. Hang on, there is an airport there. Why is it saying it's 60 nautical miles away? Hang on, I will... Now we've all seen that. Calbarry, why is it not... Do they not have Calbarry Airport in here? That's interesting. That's bizarre. They don't have Calbarry listed on the nearest airports here, even though there's definitely an airport there. Might be one of the ones that missed. Yeah, it's because it's not showing on the map either, is it? Yep, definitely not showing. Huh. Because yeah, I think that was my old boss's one of his favourite places to go on holiday for his fishing holidays. I think something like that. Right, let's going to change our heading again to something like 330 thereabouts. There we go. Where are we? 333. Yeah, 333. Yes, Fearless. Yeah. We're a bit far past it now, but there should be an airport back there. Beautiful. Wonder how many of us are going to make it to the landing. I'm pretty sure I've got you. I've got you to the bitter end, don't I, Fearless? So how long have we got? I am down to a decent amount under half a tank now. A third of 50 minutes. Fantastic. Very nice to have company. Oh. Why has it gone to 332? Might be a bit of drift. Okay, it's 332. If you can want to change that, otherwise we're going to start separating. Oh, we've actually got a little bit of a tailwind now as well. Yeah, so we're getting a wee boost. That's nice. Once I know I've got easily enough fuel, I might just open the throttle up. But for now, just cruising is absolutely fine. And possibly if we get there and you want to do more flying, I might have something to eat and then continue on the second leg. Because how long we've been streaming for 3 hours and 9 minutes, so I think that'll be yeah, it's almost 4 hours. Give my ears a break from the headphones too. They're going to start to hurt after a bit. It's going to be interesting to see what it's like at Useless Loop. I have a feeling there's not a huge amount there. That's one of the interesting things flying over the Nullarbor actually, which is the basically the main road between South Australia and West Australia, well, East and West even. And it's just this dead straight piece of road that goes on for hundreds of kilometres, with the occasional kink in it. And yeah, seeing all the little like things you don't see anywhere else. Like there's all these little offshoots. These because there's everything there grows really slowly. So there's just these little bays like everywhere where people have pulled over and just worn away the vegetation. But it looks weird. It's almost like, you know, something that aliens did. Oh, that's nice. I've made an. Yeah, it is. There's nothing quite like it, is there, Fearless? It's done a little bit of flying around in the Middle East as well. That's about the closest that I can see, but it's different again. It's just, yeah, that's the amazing about it. Pretty much no matter where you go on the planet, you could almost, if you got to know everywhere, just the feel of everywhere well enough, you could be pretty much plonked down in the middle of nowhere and figure out where you were just by the, almost like the feel of the place. Oh, nice. Got a few more followers too. Thanks for all those that followed. I'm up to 29 followers now. And I got the achievement, get 5 people chatting at the same time. Alright, Canadian, you have a good night. And yeah, would love to have you along for a flight. Would be great, especially if we get you and Fearless and myself at the same time, would be cool. Get a whole flight of aircraft. A flock even. We're getting closer, getting closer. I can just about taste it. Oh, there we go. It's actually, we can zoom out enough, we've got it on the map. That's always a bit of a milestone on these journeys. Be interesting to see what the temperature is when we land, actually. And I'm slowly noticing, like, the more I've been flying this plane, the more I've sort of noticed the helpful information that these displays have. Where we're literally flying over now, no. There'll be nobody lives here. Yeah, it's pretty... occasionally you'll get... I don't know exactly if there's like... You'll get farms out here that are literally the size of entire countries. So there'll be like one house controlling, you know, in charge of an area the size of like Great Britain or wherever, because part of the problem is, especially out here and as you get further inland, and there'll be a lot of the inland stuff is just not used for anything. It's just wilderness and desert. A lot of the areas out like here, the rainfall is so low that it's not desert, but it's not. You need a lot of land to raise cattle and sheep and stuff like that. So they'll get moved around, grazing all over the place. I don't know what the size of the biggest farms would be, but yeah, I know there were farms out there easily the size of Britain. But yeah, I mean, we've been flying over the occasional town and that here, but yeah, it's very, very low population here. I mean, if you look up
actually I might do it here because I've got the ability here. What I'll do is I'll get the map up again. Okay, so check the stream. So that's the last town we just passed over, Calbarry. One little suburban estate just to the south of it. But yeah, if I zoom out, so you've got the main roads here, and there's literally, what's the scale? So there's the scale there, 3 miles. There's Geraldton down there, and you can see there is, so Geraldton's a reasonably good sized place. You can see once you kind of get out of Geraldton, this map doesn't have a, I might have to use Google Maps, but there is bugger all out here, and even less, you might get a little settlement here. I'll go to Google Maps because I don't think, oh hang on, can this, no, I don't think there is a, I don't think there is a, what do you call it, satellite type map. So I'll use Google Maps. I try and use the open stuff when I can. Fade across. Right, so here we go. Geraldton gives you a better idea. There we go. So I'll just keep scrolling all the way up to Calbarry, which we're well and truly past now. But there's stuff here around Geraldton, but then it gives way to farmland. Way more farmland, and the houses become quite sporadic. Let's follow the coast, zoom out a bit. And yeah, you'd have the occasional house around here. I mean, this road basically just goes down to the beach. I don't think these are houses, I think it's just some changing huts or something there. Whoops, they're really small, quite blurry. So yeah, it is just farmland and wilderness out here now. We're still going. Still going. There's no, that's not even a settlement there. But again, there's roads that are just literally going nowhere, just to the coast. There's a wee town here called Horrocks. Again, it looks like basically where people have got their holiday homes there. And there are people that will drive for a couple of days to get to their holiday home. Yeah, still going, still going, still going. I'll just quickly check the game. Yep, no, we've still got a while to go yet. There's a little settlement there, but again, it's absolutely tiny. I mean, you could quite easily count those houses. And further, look at some of these colours. That's mental. It would have been interesting if they had been able to use Google Maps for this game instead of Bing Maps. There's some shacks there. And zoom out again. I mean, when you zoom out, you kind of lose a bit of the scale of how. I mean, this is, yeah, just nuts. And still going up. There's Calbarry there. I need to zoom out quite a bit and a bit of scrolling. And if we zoom out now and look at the distance from Calbarry, which is probably going to disappear on us soon. There's Calbarry, there's Perth. So that was a good, what, 3 hours of flying to get to Calbarry. But then we zoom out even more. Right, so there's Calbarry disappeared, there's Geraldton, which is not even, there's Calbarry, there's Geraldton. There's Perth. Albany town there, it took me, I think it was about 8 hours worth of driving to get to Albany. And we're still in the same state here. This is Western Australia. There's the border of Western Australia. All this is Western Australia. And if you take, what I'll do, I've actually got it here. Hopefully it's set to the right thing. I've got something where you can compare sizes on maps. Just need to switch it over.
Okay, so if we fade across there, yeah, so we've got the right setup here. Oops, can you go away? Right, so here's Australia. Here's the United States, or at least the, you know, the contiguous 48 states. We put that over Australia. You know, we've got California down here. I'm not quite sure what states in the US are over here, but it's a good sort of third of the way over. It's just one state in Australia. It's insane. It's so big. And yet, if I will switch it over to the it is bonkers, absolutely bonkers. I'll fade back to the game. Quickly, so the population of Australia is, as I said, only 25 million, but most of that 25 million live on the east coast. So the population of Western Australia, as of 2020, is 1.7 million people. Yeah. Yeah, there's pretty much nobody lives there. It's insane. Absolutely insane. It's just the population density is so low that to say nobody lives there, you're actually closer to being right than wrong. That's, yeah. If I, yeah, I don't know what the density per square mile or per square kilometre would be. Yeah, less than one person probably, or certainly pretty close to it. Yep, I'm at 29:36 and counting, which take another 10 seconds away from that for the Twitch delay. It looks so close on the map though, doesn't it? It's like, it doesn't look like half an hour's worth of flying away. Zoom that in a bit. I'm going to... Ooh. I think I'm overdue for feeding my cat soon as well. Need to do that. Actually, half an hour. I am going to, at this point, I'm going to open up the throttle and shorten this journey a wee bit. So, going flat out now. You'll probably notice me pulling away for you before you hear me tell you that. But yeah, just open her up. Give it all she's got. So probably shorten us down to maybe 20 minutes. Actually no, because we're not going to be going a third faster. Knock about 5 or 6 minutes off the journey though. Wow, look at these beaches, eh? 23 minutes ETA, more or less, is where it's settled down at. So yeah. Ooh. Cool. Doing almost, doing 136 knots ground speed, which is really good for this little thing. Had a really good headwind coming across the Nullarbor. I was doing 145 knots across the ground. That was very nice. Shaved so much time off. I had the opposite problem on one of my journeys. I was barely managing 100 knots. It's a shame they don't have a bit more random wildlife. It'd be nice if they had the occasional kangaroo or emu. You'd miss most of it. It'd be so small down there you probably wouldn't see most of it, but it would be pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know. You feel like, what have we got? I'm trying to think. Let's have a look at the map. Just figure out how much further I've got to fly before getting to oh man, that is still a long, long way to go before we get to Darwin. Maybe another 4 hours to Karratha would be easily 4.5 hours flight. Oh. Port Hedland, Broome. Broome is like a pretty touristy sort of place. Whew. Yeah, I think I will probably call it a night after this flight, unless you are really keen on flying a bit more. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of... Yeah, it'll be a lot more of the same. I mean, the coastline does get a bit more interesting after this point. But, yeah, I don't know. Up to you. Yeah, well, hopefully once all this corona shit is done with, then you can, hopefully. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's probably a good thing, because if you were up for it, I'd be like, fuck it, and just... I'll be doing it, whereas I really should be getting on with a few things. So, yeah. Oh yeah, and I'm starting to yawn as well. I've got these relatively cheap over-ear headphones as well. Wear those for too long, it starts to really hurt. So yeah, glad I decided to pedal to the metal. How are you doing for fuel, by the way? You still... Imagine, did you start off with the full tanks? Because if you did, then you'll be absolutely fine. Possibly be fine even with half a tank for where you joined, although you might be pushing it a wee bit. I've played fuel light bingo more than a few times with these journeys. I actually ran out of fuel on a taxiway once after I landed. Oh yeah, no, you're fine. Absolutely fine. Yeah, that was in Tasmania when I flew from the mainland to Tassie, and the airfield I landed at had, because I was wanting to get to Hobart that day, and the airport had no refueling facilities. It was literally just a grass strip in the middle of pretty much nowhere. And so I had a few people watching on Twitch at the time. Somebody pointed me to an airfield that would probably have fuel, and that one didn't either. And I knew I could just use the cheap thing up top to refuel, but it was getting really interesting. And by the time I landed at the first place, I think it was already giving me low fuel warning. I ended up flying another 23 nautical miles after the second stop to Launceston, which involved going over a set of sort of relatively low mountains. But it was running on fumes, and I came in to land. I landed, got onto the taxiway. About halfway to the fuel area, the engine conked out, ran out of fuel. And yeah, it's been a couple other close calls after that. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I do like push. I do things in this that I wouldn't do in real life. Yeah, in real life, if I'd landed at that airfield with my fuel lights on, I would have been knocking on somebody's door to see if they could drive me to the nearest fuel station. But yeah, it's definitely ups the entertainment value somewhat. God, how far out are we now? Still 37. It's still 37 nautical miles out. That's like, wow, still well over 60. About 70. Yeah, close to 70 kilometers. Holy hell! Actually, I don't know what nautical miles to miles. It's probably about 1.3 nautical mile. No. Yeah, about 1.3 miles per nautical mile, somewhere around there maybe. Nautical miles definitely longer, because it's what, 5 miles is pretty much exactly equal to 8 kilometers. 8 kilometers would be about 3. It'd be about 3.8, 3.9 nautical miles. Yeah. I shouldn't try and be doing mental maths at this point. Mental guesstimate maths. This area. I mean, could you imagine though, like in any other part of the world, this area here would be so built up. Like, there's no way this area would be as empty as it is. There'd be houses and boats everywhere. Jetties sticking out everywhere. Such as there's nothing here, just a few roads. There'll be a little township somewhere. A couple of little outposts. Yeah. Yeah, resorts, boardwalks, yeah, absolutely. It's amazing that somebody hasn't developed this area, honestly. Like, yeah, theme parks. I mean, perfect area for things like, oh god, what's that place with all the dolphins and stuff that they, killer whales that they have in those little pools. Like water parks or whatever. SeaWorld, yeah. I mean, SeaWorld could have a place out here, and they wouldn't even need to keep their animals in tiny little pools. Oh yeah, the weather out here is just insanely good. Probably far enough south that you don't get too much in the way of cyclones either, because that is one of the problems with living up in the north. The far north is cyclones are a pretty major issue. And yeah, I just realised we've got a new person in chat. Yeah, Calcif. Hang on. Calcifaracy? I'm sure I'm butchering that name. Yeah, it's. Let's have a quick. If you check it out on Google Maps, so we're up. If you look up, was it Useless Point or something? It's got a great name. Kind of gives you an idea of probably what the early Europeans, when they came in this area, they were like, oh my god, there's nothing here, it's useless. Let's have a look. I keep getting the wrong windows up. Ah, there we go. Get rid of the satellite view. Yeah, there is bugger all out here. Yeah, Useless Loop is the area. There's a little town called Denham. Useless Loop itself has got a really small town there. Yeah, there's not much else out here. Well, yeah, there is. God, just when you think it might be a town, you'd zoom in and there's like, yeah, just an intersection. That's one of the things to discover driving down from Darwin back in the early 80s, and it hasn't gotten any better, is that like you see a township on the map and you get there and it's a pub and 4 houses. It's yeah, and places like this is even, because at least when we were going on mostly on main roads that a lot of trucks would go down carrying goods in between the different cities. And so trucks would stop off at these places and, you know, maybe they'd rest or, you know, grab a few drinks, grab something to eat, and then carry on. So these places had a reason to exist, whereas out here, I mean, it'd be people come here for holiday type things, but it's, you know, fishing holidays and stuff like that. Places that, you know, mostly it's, yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly everything they do out here, but it is one of these places that's so far out of the way that, you know, like probably most of their tourists do come from overseas, but it's not like it's not a well-known place. Would be interesting actually if I so yeah, Useless Loop. What do they say about Useless Loop on... Wow, it actually looks like they've got... Okay, so there are hotels there. Oh, and they show the hotels in Denham as well, which is literally across the other side of the water. Hang on. I think... So, where I'm looking here, I'm showing the game still, aren't I? Good. Yeah, from what I can tell, it's really hard to tell at the moment, but I think Denham is on this piece of land and Useless Loop is on this piece of land. Probably around there, actually. Hang on, around there. Get the pointer so you can see it. So Denham, I think, is around here. Let's zoom in more. Using the wrong one. Right. Yeah, we still got... It feels like we're really close and we're not.
like, still, it's like we're close compared to what we were. YTML, what was YTML? Yeah, see when we get a bit closer, eh? But yeah, there's a couple of towns there. There's nice looking hotels too. Hang on, let's get. We are close. It's just over there. Yeah. That's welcome to Australia. You just became an honorary Aussie with that. What are you talking about? It's just over the hill. It's like is it somebody who's went out into the desert with these Aboriginals that lived out there. They went to do something. They went out and they drove out into the middle of nowhere with their car, and they started walking out, looking for something, some sort of probably some sort of native food or something like that. They need to wander for ages and find this stuff. And the guide asked, not the guide, the people that was the guy that was with them asked, well, what do we do if we get lost? And like they looked at him really puzzled, like, because like literally you couldn't see the truck. They'd walked so far you couldn't see the truck. There was no point of reference that he could see. And he looked at him puzzled and said, well, if we get lost, we just go back to the truck. It's like it was just just so alien in that aspect that there's people just used to living in such a vast and empty space that's to them not that vast and not that empty. Let's get. Well, we've still got a bit of time. I'm gonna stick Google Maps up there. Fade across. Then. So, I will call you Cal if you're still there, if you don't mind, because I'm not. If I heard how to pronounce the name, I'd probably be okay. But trying to do it. So, this is the area here. Unfortunately, it doesn't show the mouse pointer. So, Useless Loop is where we're going, and we're somewhere around here at the moment, flying in. G'day JPJ, how you doing? You are joining us just as we are not too far from landing. About what? How far have we got there, Fearless? About 20 minutes? Oh no, hang on. 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes till we land, and I am showing where we are on here. So yeah, this is the area. If you zoom out, whoop, it's this area here, Western Australia. So it's taken us about, what are we at? Why can't I see the time? Been streaming for almost 3 hours and 50 minutes. It's the time it's taken us to get from Perth up to this area up here. Oh, look at that! I can do that. But yeah, if I click on here, it should take us down. So that seems to be all salt basins there. There is a wee town here. If it'll load in, there we go. Gives you an idea of how small that town is. We got hotels in the area, but the hotels seem to be mostly. God, you have to zoom out. It's just so big. Mostly in this place called Denham over here. Another town which is surprisingly far away. It looks like it's close, but it's relatively close, and that's about it. Right, I'm going to swap back to the game now. Yeah, it probably will. I was considering doing another leg. I'm gonna be streaming regularly though. If I've got enough people watching, then oh wow, up to 12 people again on the stream. Oops, I need to get that right. I do probably need to have a bit of a break at least. I've had Fearless flying with me, and I was kind of using that as a gauge as to whether I would keep going or not. So
Yeah, where are we now? 3 minutes. So, JP, you're not into watching the general aviation stuff, or did you just kind of see this and get curious? I can see the salt. I'm sure that's got to be for getting salt or something. I think JP, did you leave JP? Oh, no, he's there. Ah, nice. Yeah, I'm flying from Dunedin, New Zealand to the UK, and I'm doing it the long way. So visiting different places I've lived along the way. Although once I get to Darwin, that'll be because I lived in the UK as well as different places around Australia and New Zealand. But in between Darwin and the UK, I haven't lived anywhere in between there. But still, I'll be probably visiting places of interest along the way. And I pretty much plan it on the fly, so I haven't made a big flight plan where I've marked everything out. I was going to when I first started, couldn't figure out how to do it, and so it's just become a bit of a thing now where at the beginning of the stream I'll decide where I'm going. Normally somewhere with the most interesting name. Vietnam, maybe, although I think that's I'm actually going to get ready for landing. Fearless, I'm going to start backing off the throttle now. I'm going to slow down a wee bit. I'll probably drop down to 100 knots if I can, if not slower. I think Vietnam is not in the right direction. I'm going to be doing it with another a YouTuber actually. Goes. I can only remember his first part of his channel's name, which is Brett. Brett Plays or something. I think is the name of the channel. But yeah, hopefully I'll be doing once I reach Darwin or around Darwin. We'll be joining up and doing a lot of the flight together. But once I reach the UK, it's quite possible that I'll continue around, and then I'll end up going across through Iceland. And hey, Brett, nice, you're still watching. Yeah, and it was Brett. So, do you stream on Twitch as well, Brett, or are you just keeping it to YouTube mostly at the moment? Because I can definitely recommend that what I'm using at the moment is a service called Restream, and it makes it really easy. If you use Restream, it makes it really easy to there are other services out there as well you might find you like better. I definitely recommend doing both. Interesting. The airport should be really, really close, and yet I've got my radio in auto, but it's not calling it out. Oh God, is that it down there? It is, isn't it? Hang on. Oh my God, it is. Fearless. Oh, okay. Oh, you're using GeForce. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, yeah. To use you want to use OBS as well. No, I think. Oh no, hang on, I see it. Holy shit, that really scared me for a second. I thought that was it down there. Okay. Switching the autopilot off. Ah, I know why the radio didn't do its thing, because it's banking to the left slightly as well. I'm just going to kind of roll around. Hang on a second. Guess runway 19. No, runway 1. I'll do a big loop around. I'm not going to do all the.
Yankee uniform, Sierra Lima traffic at 763 miles north, 2,600 feet inbound to land runway 1.
Yeah, if you can get OBS to work right, trying trying to think. I mean, there's other software out there, but I don't know if there's other free software out there. And you're using NVIDIA. What's your card? Uh-oh. Oh no, I think the game's crashing. Oh no! Oh no! It just died. Oh no! Oh my god. Can you? That's the first time it's actually done that to me. After all that. Oh my god, I'm gutted. That was 4 hours down the toilet for my flight. Oh, because it was not going to remember any of that, is it? Oh. I mean, we pretty much got to where we were going. Oh my god. Oh, what a way to... Oh my god. Shit, do I do it again? Do I do, do I... Oh. Fearless, land for me, fearless. Yeah, JP, I honestly don't know. I think it's a bit of a... If they start enforcing it, then yeah. Thank you, fearless. I'm so gutted. But what a great... It's been a great stream otherwise. Oh my god. It's so close. So close. Oh. Well, it was an interesting way to end the stream regardless. Yeah, I think I might have to pretend I made it. Or fly in from somewhere a lot closer. I'm still gutted. Because all those hours are gone. Yeah. Shall I do that now? Should I load up and... Because I feel... it feels wrong. It feels wrong to leave it like that. It should... So gutted. Oh. It's not like I'm not going to have a whole load more hours to do that. Hey, at least my computer didn't blue screen. I was going through touch wood, where's wood? I need to knock on wood. I went through a period when I got my computer upgrade. It was blue screening really, really regularly, and I installed some more of the software in it. Nothing here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, the actual stream itself will be saved, but all the flight hours in game, the actual game hours, and probably the hours that on the plane as well. Not their trouble is the hours on the plane aren't persistent anyway. If I delete the game or jump on a different version of Windows, the hours from the plane are local save only, which is a little bit annoying. But also just the hours, as far as I'm aware, if that happens, the hours don't get... It certainly used to be that way, that the hours flown wouldn't get contributed to your profile, and it's nice to have a record of those hours. Yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna spawn nearby and land to finish this off properly. Oh my goodness. I'm glad I've got an SSD as well. Used to be, yeah. Oh man, it's the only trouble with long flights if it does do that to you. It's a bit rough. I guess that would be a good reason for having halfway stops in between to maybe fly for 2 hours, then land. Bank the hours and then fly again, so at most you lose 2, not 4 hours. Oh my goodness. Still, it was having everybody watching has made this whole thing so much more worth it. I believe it. But yeah, that's since I've managed to get everything more stable. That's the first time I've had a crash like that. So that's pretty good. Yeah, here we go. Right, world map. So this is easy to find, this area. Useless loop, is that this one? No, that's Shark Bay useless loop. There's Fearless. Hello. So what I will do, set as departure. You get to set 1500 feet. Yeah, it's about right too. And set as arrival. Oh man. I wish there was the way to tell if I'd lost the hour, because I didn't check what my hours were before that anyway. I can't remember off the top of my head what they were. Oh well. It's probably best I don't think too much about it. Doesn't really matter. I'll set out my load. So that is... I was... Oh, why am I doing it this way? Hang on. There we go. I was... Well, I think I was at... No, I wasn't at 30%. Probably about 22% fuel. And... this is what I do at the beginning of the stream normally. Oops, hang on. 265 pounds. And my 50 pounds of cargo. This is the shortest flight ever. Where's it? There we go. I think that is everything set up right. Cool. Close. Yeah, it should be all live stuff. There we go. And fly. Oh, really? Oh, that's lucky. Yeah, if the stream had died, that would have been so easy to fix. Would have been a bit of a bugger, but yeah, I just hope it doesn't happen to. I hope this, yeah, like as I've done 3 or 4 really long flights since I got things more stable, and it's been pretty good so far. Wish I knew what would make it crash to desktop like that. Okay.
Yankee Uniform Sierra Lima traffic at Denzel 763 miles northeast 8,400 feet inbound to land runway 19.
Hang on, how high am I? Did it? What? I was pretty sure it said 1,500 feet before. Oh, this is going to be a very... Oh, nice that at least you recorded that. Okay. Speed's down. Putting flaps down. This is going to be a very, very unconventional... Yeah, this is going to be a really unconventional landing. So, ooh, why is it? Is that autopilot? Is that autopilot on? It started with the autopilot on. That was one of the other things I was going to be saying, as well as with the fixing things they need to fix in the autopilot, is apparently autopilot normally switches off really easily when you take the controls. It switches off really quickly, and it does in FSX as well. In this game, it fights you and fights you and fights you, and then it leaves the trim in like suicidal attitudes. And yeah, I know this is definitely not the way to get down normally. I just want to scrub off this altitude. I don't know why it put us so high. Oh, that sun glare is amazing. I don't know what this looks like from your position there, Fearless. Yeah, I think I just read it. Holy shit, I see from the ground. Just need some aerobatic smoke. Getting some wind coming in as well. We are definitely, I mean, this is working. This is scrubbing off so much altitude so quickly. It actually, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it must have forgotten everything since the crash. Okay, this is more like it. I think possibly one more rotation. I'm flying too fast for what the flaps would like. Yeah, one more, but I think I can make it a little less. There we go, speed's dropping down now. Imagine if Continuum's still watching, he's probably shaking his head right now. It's like, that would not. It's not how you do it. Very, very unorthodox. Let's get down a little. Here we go. Okay. Let's get back on power soonish. There we go. Back on power. I'll let that drop too much. A bit more power. Thank you. I'm on full flaps, so she flies pretty slow, but. Okay. I think my trim is too much. Go. That's better. Yeah, I think the autopilot had my trim at a far too nose up attitude. Actually, let's mouse over. So, whoa! Use the mouse. That's a lot of nose down, but it's because of my flaps, I think. Wow, I'm coming in really slow. What's the wind doing? I am, yeah, flying into the wind, which is cool. God, what's my ground speed? It feels like I'm, can't quite read that. 51. Oh, yeah, not too bad. Still need to wash off more speed. Come on. Or wash off more altitude. Coming in so slow. Thank you, Fearless. Yeah, it started off at like, what, 8,500 feet? Even though it's on the map, I was sure it's like on the planning screen, I'm sure it said 1,500 feet. Bit more. Come on, no, just not that much more. Alright, I think I'm over the runway. Very close to being over the runway. There we go. I think I was doing about 40 knots by the time I touched down. Oh, bloody hell. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me today. And thank you, Continuum. I think you probably can appreciate how much that means. That's, yeah. Yeah, you didn't just make my day then. That was, yeah, thank you. Right, I'm gonna come over and roll over next to Fearless, park there, and then we will grab a bus down to the local pub and sink down a few cold ones, talk to the Sheilas, and yeah, you know, retire to the motel and probably
with Sharon and Stacy. Maybe a Kylie. Is there a taxiway to that parking spot? Or do I just have to go across the grass? I'm going to have to just go across the grass, aren't I? Dips on Stacy. I love the fact this sim has got this level of detail is just mental. It really is. Oops. Brakes are a tad sticky. I should probably announce that I was clear of the runway, but nobody's around to hear it. Let's shut her down. Oops. No, I haven't finished shutting down the airplane yet. There we go. There we go. Thank you as well, Fearless. It's been great. Really good. Can't believe it crashed just before then. Yeah. Awesome. Well, I'm going to end it here. Thank you so much for watching. And hopefully I'll see a good chunk of you next time. Thanks, Fearless. And yeah. Yeah, quite possibly, Brett. Because yeah, it's definitely, now I'm streaming most days. It's yeah, getting there real quick. But yeah, awesome. Right, I shall sign off in my usual way. So, thanks for watching, guys, and bye.